Aloha, might I say, Yorana, and welcome to our Honolulu studio here. We're proud to bring you a live simulcast brought to us by TNT TV in Tahiti of a V1 race today called Taho'e. This is kind of a newer race that's harkening back to what had been happening before. But welcome, everybody. We're going to be live on Facebook, on our Ocean Paddler TV page, and also on our YouTube Ocean Paddler YouTube page, and of course we're on Adventure Zone Sports Network that you can stream live in your home on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire. So I'm here with my buddy Micah Kalama. We're stoked to be bringing you this live simulcast, and Micah, kind of fill us in on the history of this race and kind of what we're all gonna be watching today.
Yeah, super excited. But right there on screen, we're gonna get ready to start our second half of the day. Currently, there's been a few races happening all morning long, but right here on your screen, we're actually going to be watching the veterans 70s, the U16s, 50s, 60s, and the 14 boys. So this is going to be exciting. This is going to be about a 5-mile course. They're actually lined up on Point Venus is where this is all happening. But to fill everyone in, this race is Taho'e, brought to you by Paddlers for Paddlers, none other than Stevie Teotata and a handful of other champion paddlers that got together and wanted to create a race that would bring a little bit more unity. So Taho'e is the unification of all of our V1 paddlers. But check this out. Right here on screen, that's what this first race is going to look like. Again, this is your U14 boys, your veterans 17 men, your U16 women, and your veteran 50s, 60s women. So, man, just really exciting. You're going to see about 100 canoes on the lineup right now. So this is the first race of the second part of the day. So moving into the evening, we got a whole lineup for all of our viewers.
So earlier in the day, Michael, we had, according to the schedule here, our U16 boys, some of the older folks, younger, like as young as U8 racing in V1, which is pretty cool. We had our U10 boys, we had some of our 70s women and all that. So we're coming up on a race again, as you said, that is happening at right now in Tahiti. This is a live simulcast brought to you through Ocean Paddler and TNT TV in cooperation there. And again, we're going to have some U14 boys and some 70s men, and then some U16 girls and 50s and 60s women. So coming up right after that is the big race of the day. It's going to be a little longer. Today, the race that's going to start right now is only 8 kilometers. What is that, about 5 miles?
Just under 5 miles.
Just under 5 miles.
It's just a good distance for a lot of the veterans, on the latter part of the age, but it gives you a good opportunity to race right here, Point Venus. I mean, it's absolutely famous, brought from Te Aito, Super Aito. It's been the starting and destination point for most of the races. It did kind of differentiate over the last handful of years due to logistics in Tahiti. But as of right now, Stevie and his entire board, wanted to bring that highlight back to start and finish at, Point Venus. So just really excited. Right now, you guys are watching on screen. They're getting ready to start their race. They're just trying to make sure everything is organized correctly. I mean, you can fit up to, you'll see on the likes of 500-600 boats. This is amazing. This is what I envisioned when I first started getting into V1. Right. And, seeing that lineup is what it's all about. Being able to launch 100, 200, 300 canoes right off the point. It's just incredible. So here we are.
And there they go. They just had their start.
Let's go.
Again, this is 14 and under boys, 70s men, 16 and under girls.
Actually, this is the start currently. It looks like they started the short course.
They did.
We did get an update, guys. This is actually going to be your U19 men and your veterans 40s. So this is the big race for this group. So just to give everybody on screen, currently we have the U19 men and the veterans 40 men on the water currently right now.
Okay, very competitive. So that's what just left the beach?
That's correct.
Okay, excellent. And that's going to be a 14 kilometer race, correct?
Yes, it's going to be a one tour or one lap of the main race that's going to happen shortly after this. So this is going to be 14 kilometers. You're looking at about 8.5 miles to 9 miles, just in that range. But right here, they just left Point Venus. They're going to make their way.
Goodness, look at that.
Yeah, it's beautiful conditions today. They said it's probably about 5 kilometers in wind speed. So pretty low on the wind. You can see it right now. It's beautiful. We've called this race similarly when we've called other the same type of channel, the same downwind sections that we'll see coming up. But looks like a very clean start from your U19 men as well as your Masters 40s men. So this is probably one of the obviously more competitive fields that you'll see, especially the Masters 40s and the U19 men. That's all your up and coming, trying to make the big time crews, such as OPT, Air Tahiti, Shell. This is a great way to kind of prove your dominance in your club. It's individual, but you're still representing your club.
So to give people in Hawaii kind of an idea, this is like doing a Hawaii Kai run, but without the surf, right? It's about the same distance, just about 8 miles, and these guys but it's all going to be kind of flat. Do you have any recollection, Micah, of how? Is there any currents, like tidal currents, that'll affect this at all along the course?
Actually, this is this is absolutely one of the best races to be a part of. Leaving Point Venus, when you start making your way around the inlet or the channel to the outside of the reef, so you're going to make your way to a Rui Reef, and when you get there, there's actually a really good downwind section where there is surf. So there'll be a surf run on the backside of the reef going around the harbor, and as you make your way back inside the lagoon and you run the shoreline back to Point Venus, it's an awesome run. It's got a little bit of everything. You've got a small tailwind to the backside, but you can see right now on your screen, right-hand side, a little bit of texture. There is sometimes a little bit of surf that runs there, so you're just going to take advantage, especially on this first half.
Find what you can, right, coming out of there.
Yeah, this is always exciting to see that many boats leave the beach side there. But looks like currently on your screen, we've got one of our paddlers here with Timmy Va'a fighting off a Phi there. This is going to be kind of like right here is the pace that everyone's going to maintain. Just constant.
Very smooth and controlled, right? They're just the very beginning of this race, just trying to get out there, work whatever little bumps come their way. But this is still real early. And just kind of being smooth. I like the way they really pull through the back half of that stroke, and getting a nice drive coming forward. Doesn't look like they're working super hard because it's so controlled and smooth, but you can definitely see the pressure they're putting on in that back half of the stroke.
Yeah, so things to look at from the early start of this race is you're getting a little bit of tailwind coming from the right side of their va'a, and that tailwind will kind of catch your back in the boat to just controlling it while utilizing. You can see the surf here. There is a little bit of texture from the right side. You're going to try to get on anything that you can bump wise. So right now, if you hold a higher outside line at this point in time, might be a really good option. But man, what beautiful conditions! This will be a grind. You can see they've now are in open water, so any line that you want, as long as you make your way outside of the reef run on Rui. So.
And you can see these lines of swell coming through there, and this craft is the perfect weapon for this kind of conditions. I mean, when it's bigger water out there, you certainly want, a canoe with a rudder, right? You're not going to come and do a big Kaiwi channel with a V1, but look at, it's kind of calm, but they're swell enough that with their long water line, and there's like no drag under the canoe from a rudder. So these things really want to kind of glide out there, and you can use a lot of this energy that's here. You can get on some of these bumps to make it happen.
Yeah, so I mean, right here we've got a live shot right from one of the official boats here. Again, this is a 14-kilometer race. For those of you who don't know, it's about 8.5 to 9 miles in variations. So we're just looking at about an 8.5 mile race. This can probably take us up to, give or take, you're looking at about 9 minutes a mile on the faster end. So kind of just gauging off of that is what you're kind of tailoring to. But right here we see the field obviously kind of separated quite a bit. Again, this is your U19 boys and then your Masters 40. So probably a pretty big field. Taho'e has brought together upwards of almost 900 racing canoes throughout the day. I mean, it's just incredible to see, obviously, that many va'a out on the water. But, man, take a look at this. Perfect example of what's to come for our main event, which is your open men. Pretty excited to see what the field is going to look like for the open men. As the last couple of years, we've been tailoring probably close to 100 V1 paddlers, and you're talking about the 100 of the best V1 racers in the world. But here we see on screen just really, really strong paddling. Hopefully we'll get a few updates on who they are and where they are in relationship to everyone else. But you'll see these U19 paddlers, I mean, be really, really close to these veteran 40s. Definitely in the likes of, George Kronstad and, of course, Lono and, Charles Taho'e, names that have definitely been, pressing the men's 40s division, all veteran paddlers for big-time teams. Some are coaching now, these big teams, such as George. But I'm sure you can rattle off a few names for us in that 40s men division because there's so many talented paddlers in there.
There is a big 40s division. I'm looking at names like Mihimana Amin. George Kronstedt is there. I'm looking for, if I could see him on this list here. Yes, Manutea Owen is in here. A lot of big names that we've been calling over the years, and these guys are here and, only barely missing a step and still being real tight in there. But there is a pile of entries in this division. We have over 3 pages of names in this 40s division, and it's great to see, this division growing over time. These olders, the 50s, the 60s, growing in numbers over time in the last few decades. It was, back in the 80s and 90s, you didn't have this many racers in the masters divisions, but these guys are training hard. They're watching their diet and supplementation, all of that, and they can still be really competitive even at these ages.
Yeah, a lot of them are sought after, especially from a lot of us international travelers, trying to make our way up into Tahiti to kind of race against some of the best in the world. And, a lot of us are reaching out to actually just kind of get some education, some knowledge on what it's like to compete. But especially in the V1, many of us, get an opportunity to just practice in the conditions we have in Hawaii, which is usually pretty windy, pretty rough. So, we do get a little bit of that extra training, if you will. But here, I mean, they can paddle, 20, 30 miles, no problem, with pretty clean conditions. Allows a lot of opportunity in there.
Just smooth, man. Just watching them be smooth. And when you compare what the apparent amount of effort they're putting in versus you watch their speed over the water, it's pretty impressive. And that's the mastery of that is what allows them to keep a high pace over this, 14 kilometer, 28 kilometer races.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even right now, we've probably touched maybe close to that 1 mile mark as we hit, almost 10 minutes of racing. So just kind of looking at that, we see the field has definitely spread out. We've got a good half a mile in between our outside paddlers and our inside paddlers. Each paddler trying to choose a line, and this is the exciting part about racing a V1. Any type of way, any course can pay off for your benefit. We've seen it over and over. Some people take the inside and get a little better run. Some people stick to the outside and try to maybe navigate going towards the reef run so they can stay on the outside and get some swell. But I mean, the field is absolutely separated. Again, this is your U19 and your masters or veterans 40s here. Definitely we'll try to get an update as we start being able to tell who's in position. We do have numbers on these VAA that we can hopefully start kind of dialing in on. Once we get those numbers, we'll try to give you some updates of who's up in the front. But really what it comes down to is just watching the mastery of their paddling and their skill. It's amazing.
One of the things I really like is the drone shots when they pull away and you're actually able to see a little bit better some of the ground swell moving in along the course line in the same direction as our paddlers. And so a lot of times when you have these low shots, maybe from the boat or whatever, and these guys look like they're paddling, bringing up their rate like they're trying to surf something, and you can't see any appreciable wave, but they can definitely feel it in the va'a and feeling that ground swell pushing them along.
Yeah, right here on screen. I mean, we saw that right here on your right side in the white and gray Timmy. We just saw this paddler just absolutely catch something underneath, and you can see him, upping their rate and just trying to get on the bump and maintain whatever they can. This creates a little bit of that separation of the field, and just it's all about feeling. V1 is really what it comes down to, is the feel of everything underneath you. Like you just said, you feel something happening underneath the boat, and it'll carry you. And look at that paddler right behind is trying to do the same, just getting on whatever is presentable. Obviously, I think maybe they were hoping for a little bit more of a swell and a little bit more of that opportunity. But right now, I think it's going to be a grind. This first couple of miles will be a grind until they get to that potential surf area. We hopefully will see it as we get closer to the Arui Reef and towards the harbor of Papeete. So, but right here, I mean, on screen, we can see, the separation happening, and, everyone has picked their line. There's no turning back at this point. There's no trying to adjust too much. You just kind of have to run with what you got. But obviously, just, this is what it's about. It's the battles that you get in the V1. That one-on-one battle is just always, something that everybody looks forward to, I'm sure we'll be able to start getting some updates on who we have on our screen. But
a cool little contest here going on between these two va'a, and you can see almost like that the one in the back is almost drafting the canoe in front of him, which is definitely something that can happen. And you can see how these two paddlers are reacting to what's underneath them and being able to catch a little bump, take some energy from the ocean to advance their position and really kind of stay tight with each other. But, I mean, it's happening at a exponential rate behind it, where you have 2-3 canoes trying to draft off this one canoe in the pink. But it's really cool to see from these little bit higher shots. You're going to see this energy come in from these ground swells, and these paddlers trying to be able to use them themselves. And you really don't understand until you try it. Until you're out there and get in one of these canoes and feel like, in a comparison to an OC one, where in this kind of water, you may just be grinding it. There's really not the opportunity to catch it because of the drag of the rudder. But in the V1, where it just wants to slip through the water so effortlessly, and you can be able to change your route, your rate, and jump on there.
Yeah, so just like you were saying, Claudia, I think that's true. A lot of times in the training that a lot of us do is learning how to draft, learning how to move inside of somebody when the chance presents itself, or again, it's really reading the entire conditions all the time. That's the one thing about V1, is you have to be present on every single stroke in order for you to kind of separate yourself from the most elite paddlers in the world. That's important.
Can you expound on what you mean by present in every stroke?
Well, it comes down to, a lot of it is, we talk about the feel inside of a V1, and only V1 paddlers can really understand that, because every stroke that these paddlers are taking on the water, you have to really be present, meaning knowing how much pressure to add, when to make. It's all about corrective strokes. The entire time we're making corrective strokes to make the va'a do what we intend it to do. And sometimes Mother Nature likes to throw a little bit more at you, whether it's, again, swell, a wave coming from the right side, or even just with paddlers next to you. It's really about control. So when we say being present in every single stroke, that's really what it is. It's you're constantly doing everything you need to read the water, understand what your body is doing, and that's what V1 does for you. And that translates so well in a 6-man canoe when every single person feels that way in the boat. And anybody that paddles a V1 can steer a canoe. That's really what's the benefit of being on a V1. It's going to teach you things that not every coach can teach you. They can tell you something, and they can give you the best idea of what it might be like, but you won't know until you're on a V1 and
you experience it firsthand, right? Exactly. I can attest to that. I've been fortunate enough to get on a Timmy Va'a lately, and just going out there and paddling it in different types of waters and trying to really do what I can to control it, especially like when it's coming from the side and catching bugs. It's a whole different game, really. It's a whole different game for those that are watching that, have only been in an OC1 or maybe only in an OC6. It's really just a different thing where every stroke counts.
Yep.
You cannot just put your head down and paddle.
No.
You have to be, like you said, super present and watching how every move that you make or the conditions are taking your canoe where you do or don't want it to go, right? And so you need to be in total control of that at all times.
Yeah, just on screen for those of you viewing, we're super thankful. A big shout out. We're able to do this simulcast right here because of TNT TV, Olivier, and the entire crew. Just really mahalo for letting us cover this live here. As we did see a shot coming in from this drone footage, this is going to be your leaders of the pack. And man, they have definitely, you could see they've created quite the biggest separation between the front of the group and the very back half of the group. But again, this is your largest V1 race. And, big shout out to all of the top paddlers that came together to, create this race here and keep bringing the entire community together as paddlers as we, get to represent our as a V1 paddler myself, and for all of these paddlers on the water, you get to represent your family, your canoe club, and then, of course, yourself. Be out there and try to battle with the best. So it's really exciting to watch. Also, a big shout out to Ade Tahiti for the support to make this simulcast possible. And of course, Kalei, having you here in the studio with us. So
stop it, Micah.
You know that.
Enough with the mahalos. Hey, mahalo for this view. Look at how beautiful it is, and you can see, later on when they pull up the maps, you can see what a cool spot Point Venice is. It's got that beautiful spit of land out there, that black sand beach, and this incredible place. Been lucky to go there. Been lucky to be in some of these places, but right now they're racing from this really popular beach, like it's kind of almost like the Waikiki of Papeete there, sort of, and they're racing down and across into the main harbor. Right, they're going to be coming all the way out in the main harbor, turning down. You're going to see everything from green mountains to black sand beaches to Papeete's most busy harbor, all in one canoe race, and so it really gives you a whole gamut of different looks at Papeete. And so coming back around that inside, but they're kind of closing in on that little surf run you were talking about earlier. And there is, from a V1 standpoint, a little bit of texture to be able to use it as this paddler jumps on a little bump there.
Yeah, there's a lot of movement as we get closer into the reef of Arue. So when you come closer, obviously, just like anything, any natural reef lines or floating docks or anything that starts hitting something from the ground swell upwards to the wind swells will create obviously that extra conditions of bumps and things. But like on screen, you really can't see much, but it's there. We're just going on the field, but you can see there's some texture. Again, the wind is about 5 to 10 miles per hour. It's hitting the back tail of the back right side. So that's the only factor. But you see right there on the boats, the flags aren't even moving. So, just in general, this is ideal conditions for a V1. And this is why V1 in Tahiti is definitely something that is appealing to any paddler. But of course, it's more than just about that. It's more of the tradition and the culture of racing V1 in the likes of, for many of us seeing races, Te Aito, Super Aito, now Taho'e here, having that starting point at Venus Point is just unreal. It's just so cool to see again. And, seeing hundreds and hundreds of canoes come off that beach is iconic.
Certainly is picturesque to see. But, the V1 is certainly more prevalent in Tahiti based upon their weather systems. Like you mentioned earlier, they have a lot less windy days than we do here in Hawaii. We have one big weather system in the North Pacific, but the South Pacific is wide enough that they can support two weather systems. And a lot of the time, Tahiti is going to fall in an area between those two weather systems. And that's why it's usually you have a much more calm days or flatter days, and it makes more sense for you to be on the V1 than the OC1. And that's why historically this has kind of been their weapon of choice. But these guys are making it look easy, making it look fun. And you can see, again, a little bit of that groundswell, a little bit of texture. And it really, with a skilled paddler on the right canoe, it really doesn't take much to be able to start using what the ocean is giving you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even right now, hitting that 21 mark. So we're at 21 minutes into this race. Again, just based off of some of the experience that we've seen with these paddlers, we're hitting that 2.25 of a mile. So again, we've got just about a 9-mile race. So again, just kind of doing the math, we're still really early into the race. There's a lot of ground that can be made up within the next mile or two, especially when we do get into a little bit of that surf run area where you will see hopefully a little bit more action. And, currently on screen, this paddler in the red and white va'a there, as well as this paddler here in this blue and pink Timmy, having a really good race up in the front. These are your leaders of the pack. So I think we will start being able to get an idea of who's racing. And once we get all these updates, we can start calling the race based on names. But right now, if you're tuned in, tell us, if you are a V1 paddler and you've raced this race, if you're from outside of Tahiti, what it's like, and give us your comments. We'd love to hear that. If you guys have an idea of exactly who the paddlers are, unfortunately, we don't want to just say names that are not the paddlers. But again, we're doing a simulcast with TNT TV, bringing you live coverage of the biggest V1 race in Tahiti right now. This is Taho'e 2025, brought to you by paddlers, for paddlers, and, uniting all of our racers across the world. But, man, we can't wait to start giving you a little bit more updates on these paddlers, as, some of the styles are synonymous.
It's a little bit of a challenge getting that. Is that the numbers are all the way forward on these canoes, and with the bounciness of the cameras because of the texture on the water, it's difficult for us to get the numbers. But
yeah, we definitely don't want to give you a name that's not there, and of course we're going to give you as much credit to the paddlers as possible, because, man, it's just incredible to watch their skill set, and it's the reason why many of us paddle. We just love seeing
watching these guys.
battles, and just, man, a lot of pure endurance and grace. But this is just what it's all about right here. I almost wanted to say that was Charles. I just couldn't get a good view of it. But and then I do know that Lono was up front in the group as well. So we just want to make sure we call the right paddlers. But on screen right now, this red and white Phi and this blue and pink Timmy have been battling back to back there. It's been kind of like a shuffleboard here, but as you can see on the outside, all the way on the inside on the water line there, you can see like the sand, a little bit of reef. That's that inside reef that typically some people will run when there's actually bigger conditions. Some people like to go inside, but right now it looks like staying outside is the benefit. Trying to find a little bit more on the outside, just like any channel, sometimes that outside still has a little bit more energy, a little bit more developed water. So, but looks like it's going to be a pretty close race. This pack behind the leaders is really tight. So that's a situation you might want to be in.
There are quite a few V1s still in striking distance. I mean, definitely the leaders have stepped out and made their presence known, and it's always good to get out front and stay out front in these races. But it's easy for anything to happen or get in a good surf run, and one of those guys behind it might be just kind of waiting their time to strike.
Yeah, really, it's if you watch some of these races over time, you will see a little bit of the leader groups, and it tends to be maybe 2 to 4 paddlers, maybe upwards to 6, where they definitely keep everybody within range and striking distance. And then you have like this backpack where it's just a bunch of elite paddlers as well, and there's like 20 of them. And you really start seeing the abilities of these paddlers. They might be in that 20 pack, and all of a sudden they end up,
They just kick it.
quarter mile ahead of the leading group, and it's incredible to watch. But here on screen, you can see, I mean, really good conditions for V1. You see a lot of movement on this outside here, and you can see, I mean, they're not paddling too hard. They are getting some of that downwind swell right here, and this is what we were talking about. You want to reach this point so you can use this for your advantage. If you are a person who can surf really well, I mean, this is what's going to separate you. But, they're all so talented. So, just trying to make sure you make the most of every single opportunity is what you have to do to stay in the leader pack. But, man, check this out. What a great boat shot here as we get some of this feed for all of you live.
Yeah, he's not like bending over real far, not too big of a stroke. Something like you had talked about the other day, just kind of staying right there in the pocket, staying up, good posture. And there you go.
So perfect. This is
Nice
my favorite
away.
part of the race right here. Getting to see this type of action here is what it's. You can see canoes are starting to make moves. Again, utilizing every bump and trying to maximize that bump is really crucial for these paddlers, because you definitely don't want to fall off of the back end and then, the boat in front of you just starts, gaining one lead, two leads. But we start seeing right here, blue and pink, this Timmy is starting to make a little bit of a move on that red and white phi here. So this battle has been going on pretty much for the last mile now between these two paddlers.
Yeah, this Timmy is starting to pull away a little bit, and there's always that give and take, right? You want to get on the bump, you want to be able to surf it, you want to stay on it as long as you can, but you don't want to exhaust yourself so much trying to stay on that wave that it's no longer efficient, right?
Yeah,
there's going to be another wave coming,
de cette course, l'Onomahiki qui s'entraîne avec EDTVA juste devant Popeye, alias, donc c'est Popeye, Charles Taho'e, alias Popeye. Donc voilà,
nice work here. Is that? It looks as dark as Kronstedt, but I don't know if it's him. I think Kronstedt's a little longer.
En tout cas, direction le tambour du roi. Nous faisons bientôt notre entrée à la balise rouge de Taho'e, balise rouge de Taho'e avant de contourner et vous rejoindre bien sûr du côté de Mahina. Trahoma, mais Taho'e meran yai ho ayo no mai.
There you go on the bottom right, Charles Taho'e.
Yeah, so I was right earlier when I thought that was Charles. Looked pretty what I thought it was. It's been a battle. It's been Lono, which I believe might be in the front, but you've got Lono, George, and Charles, and also Mihimana, like, some of the names that you would hear constantly
legendary
up front.
names, right?
But Charles had I had the honor of paddling with Charles a few times in Hawaii when he was down here. But what a incredible paddler. Really someone who I've definitely looked up to over the years, and that's him in the red and white canoe here. And we'll get more updates on paddlers, but currently on screen, that highlight was Charles Taho'e. Man, just an incredible paddler, good person, very humble, quiet, just incredible to watch. But looks like he's just going to have to get back into it, right? You're going to see these exchanges throughout the races, and really what it comes down to is everyone is so good at what they do, especially when you come to the Masters 40s. They don't call you Master for nothing.
Right.
So they definitely have a lot of good experience in trying to progress even as you get a little bit older. They're still so competitive, and they can make any open boat if they ever put the time in for it,
for sure. Still able to stay kind of in the pocket, even though they're starting to age out of certain stuff.
And so here we go. They're going to kind of make their way inside of this red anchor buoy here. This is they're going to actually make their way towards the starting point for some of the other races. So you're coming inside of the reef here. So going towards the inside of Arue, and they're going to make their round. So this is going to be the same race is going to happen for the open men, except for they're going to do two laps. Yeah, so right here is just a one lap in and done. So they are made their way. There's that little surf run right here is where they had their increase in speed, if you will. So that's what they're planning on doing. So they're just showcasing kind of where they're at in location. But that was the map view. But yeah, this is where we're going to see a little bit of a difference. But here's the pass. This is where they're turning right now on that red anchor buoy, and they're going to make their way inside of Taho'e Reef there. And, so again, they're about halfway done now at this point. Halfway done, and a little bit of things to do to navigate as they come inside to the shoreline.
There's a nice little kind of surf section coming in here too, right? There's a lot of energy. You can see these paddlers trying to use it. Yeah,
you definitely want to take advantage of this position as well, because create just a little bit of separation, 1 canoe, 2 canoe, before you know it, maybe a 10 canoe gap, and you kind of want to maintain that just for your own kind of motivation. Keeps you feeling good about what you're doing, and when there's nobody next to you, it's great, but also it could be a thing where you don't push yourself either when no one's next to you sometimes.
Right, and you're also trying to build a little cushion, right? Because you never know what's going to be coming your way. But if you can, you want to create a little bit of separation between you and the other va'a here.
Yeah, and we see right here some more of our paddlers on that back end of the reef, just having some fun in this downwind section with a little bit of swell. Having that run is opportunity for these paddlers to try to make up some ground, because that front pack has already turned on the red buoy, and this is still quite a distance away. So right here on screen, we've got Tamanui Ho'atai. There's a handful of great paddlers from that family name there.
Là, les bateaux ne sont pas autorisés à rentrer, on le rappelle, parce qu'il y a juste les bateaux des commissaires et des médias, parce qu'il y a un passage, il y a plusieurs passages où il n'y a pas beaucoup d'espace, il y a un slalom.
Yeah, it's interesting, there's a lot of different variations of canoes. Predominantly, you see a lot of Timmies, a lot of Phais in the water, a lot of different, noticeably different boats with the snap-ins now becoming a more... I would say accessible or easy access to putting the canoe together. Less customizations. Yeah, so just looking at the different types of va'a on the water. The Timmy va'a currently being made by Ari. Definitely a boat that has a little bit more of a defined V throughout the entire hull. A little bit more on the, I would say, faster streamlined kind of type of boat, where the Phi has a little bit more volume. All the boats are very similar. You can take a measurement top front to back. You're going to hit probably close to 23 feet. All have similar type of build, but just a little bit changes. Maybe a little bit more rocker for some, a little bit more round for others, and a little bit more V. So it's all based on preferences, But any of these paddlers can get on any one of those boats and probably perform just as well.
For sure.
It really comes down to just you as a person, what you like, what fits you as your build, your size, your structure. But someone like myself that uses a Timmy quite often. I've paddled many of different V1s, but it's just something that I've felt very comfortable on, and it's a boat that doesn't make me feel anxious, because some, like surfing a new board, sometimes you takes a while for you to
find the
really
sweet spot with it, right?
decide if this surfboard is for you. Same for a V1, but man, many of these paddlers have tried all of them as well, and same thing, they'll tell you, it's really not necessarily the boat, it's the paddler. So they'll get on anything and win. So
well, they also can get on something and they learn the boat. They adjust the way that they paddle, their stroke maybe, just like like on a kaiva'a boat. People say you got to kind of stay on top of those and keep them moving through the water.
Sure.
Whereas some of the other boats, you can have a bigger, longer stroke and let it run a little bit.
Yeah.
So those differences exist here as well as between OC1 and V1 as well.
Yeah, so check this out, Kalai. On screen, you guys are watching. They've made their way inside towards the what they call the pass. It's a little big pass going into Taho'e Reef here. They're going to make their way inside of the reef and along the shoreline and make their way back to Point Venus. So when they make their way back, that's it. This is going to be the final run for them. So we're looking at probably 2.5 miles to the finish line. So, man, 20
that was
minutes.
a quick 8 miles, man. These guys are flying for
moving
sure.
fast.
So this section on the inside, right? No surf. You're kind of more like working straight up.
Yep.
Back into the reef, into the beach.
But
it's some work here. And so, as we mentioned earlier, we've seen that distance close between 1 and 2, and it seems like
Charles is back in it.
Charles is right there again.
Yeah, so these are the battles that we can appreciate right here, because these have been happening all year long. There's been a handful of V1 races on different parts of Tahiti, whether it was here or on Papeete itself, or maybe Huahine or Bora or something like that. So there's been a handful of races throughout this entire off-season, on-season training. It's never off-season for a V1 paddler. It's
true,
constant. But as far as being on the 6-man or training with your team, might not be as consistent. But here we've seen a lot of these battles between the likes of Charles and George and Lono and.
Well, not only has Charles closed on the leader, but on Lono, but
so
look at how in third place and then all the way to sixth place has really started to close up on them.
Yeah, and then you see it's a train of V1s here, and this is
looks
what
like the March of the Ants.
Yeah, this is what we talk about. I mean, look at this view. I mean, this is incredible.
Golly.
So we've got a little over 100 VAs on the water. I mean, it goes from here all the way back to the red line to the buoy. So this is a good idea to see how that surf line and surf run works. The backside on your upper right-hand side where the TNT TV logo is, that's that downwind section from the backside. And then cutting down inside, going into the pass. And, of course, navigating your way inside of Taho'e Reef here is really what we're looking at. I mean, this is incredible to see everyone pushing the pace, pushing the limits, trying to progress. But I mean, this is pretty iconic here of the shot here as we're seeing them make their way inside of the reef and kind of push the limits here. But we'll see how this front pack does. But I mean, I'm just enjoying this drone view here as we can really see all of these V1 racers in this race right here. This is your U19 men and your Masters 40s here ready to go. So it's just been incredible to kind of see this happening live on your screen. But as we kind of, progress into the latter part of today, this is a competitive race that we're seeing currently, and everyone is trying to make moves as they make their way inside the inlet here for the Taho'e Reef Run. It's because at this point it's all about effort. It's literally putting all your...
I'm loving watching how tight it's getting right now. Like everything that happened earlier almost like didn't matter.
Yeah.
With up to maybe as many as a top 20 boats. And
right.
like you mentioned earlier, there's only a couple miles left in this race, but the skill level of these paddlers and their fitness levels, there's anyone in there that might be able to come in and make a strike and get into that top three pretty easily.
Yeah, to become a podium in this race right here is really what it's going to come down to. It's going to come down to the grind and the extra effort to progress into this channel. So definitely looking forward to seeing that. But it was none other than Lono who was leading the pack on our previous V1 race that we were watching. So Lono's having a really excellent race, but none other than Maya Campbell. Maya Campbell has been on the leaderboard recently through many of the different V1 races. He's actually currently in third place overall. So that's a U19 chasing down none other than, as Tehotu calls Charles Taho'e Popeye, because he's so big and strong. And, so Charles again right there on screen. And on screen is what we were talking about. That's Maya Campbell who won the Taito earlier. And Maya's
in pink.
Yes, in
with
that
the green jersey.
Pink 5 right there. Just an incredible paddler.
Out of New Zealand, right?
Correct.
Which is kind of cool. And I imagine how much on a high he must be. He's basically trying to catch his idols. I mean, he grew up the last 10 years doing this, and these guys were the ones on the podium.
He's currently about to beat some legends in the game right now, and
Yeah.
Maya is just an absolute on a tear right now, and he's found such good, I think, a good rhythm, and he's representing for his family, and coming from New Zealand and being in Tahiti and racing, but also training a lot lately. So right now we see I did see Heitini as well in there as well. So we'll get a little bit more updates, but currently we've got Lono leading the pack right now on the Timmy Va'a. Charles Taho'e close behind in second. Maya Campbell battling right there for the top spot and just calling this.
This
his
is
race.
close. We're probably a mile and a half from the finish at this point.
Yeah, we don't have much left room here. We've got less than 20 minutes to the finish if you were to look at it.
Oh yeah, way less.
Again, we were saying 8.5 miles, as much as 9 miles depending on your course line. But realistically, we don't have much room left. You're gonna look at probably a sub 1 hour.
And so Maya's putting on the press right now as they head along the edge of this reef, and my God, what a gorgeous shot. But as they're coming through here, it doesn't seem like Charles Taho'e and Lono, where we have our leaderboard, Lono Teorurai in first, Charles Taho'e in second, and Maya Campbell in third, Maya being a U19. But Charles and Lono are not going quietly into the night.
No.
You're going to have to earn this, young man.
We actually seen that battle previously in the year in the likes of Lono, Charles. Obviously, George was in that conversation. I'm not too sure if I actually seen his name on the list, but you would look for names like that. Obviously, Manutea being in that picturesque as well. Mm-hmm. But I do think we did see even Kameha Tamari'i from Bora, which was also, someone that we were looking at earlier. So, all of these top paddlers, we definitely know they're going to be upwards in that leader pack. But we did see this. You see this catamaran just kind of cruising on inside of the reef. That's all you're going to see in Tahiti, which is just incredible to watch. But check this out. What a battle we're seeing. This has not changed from the start to the finish. And
it's the amount of paddling that they're doing versus, I'm just saying stroke rate. Look at their press. But look how fast they're going. This gives you an idea of how these V1 just love to glide through these kind of conditions. You can really hit just this kind of flow state with a V1 that you can't in any other craft sometimes. Yeah, you won't feel that in too much different crafts, but right here, as you can see, they're going up into the wind. So V1s do really well into the headwind. Mm-hmm. They cut through pretty easily. Obviously, not too much wind anyway. We're looking at 10 miles per hour, so it's just perfect conditions to fight the way back up. But this is what I was talking about. The battle is going to come down to just the endurance and the amount of want. Yeah. But here's the map overview. We've now reached behind Arue Reef, where we're now exiting out that channel. We're pretty much close to done at this point. We're about to finish this entire race right here. I'm trying to check a look at this this back pat, but it looks like we have Heitini in there. I believe we had Tane inside there. In that red. These are young boys right here. Yeah, we definitely have some heavy hitters in this race too, but looks like Manutea's son Heitini might be right there in that yellow Timmy Va'a, battling it out for potentially a second place finish there. But we won't know until obviously we get a little bit closer. We did see Chance is in there, so Chance Tavita, and probably in the likes of maybe Tane inside that group as well. So once we get some more updates as we come closer to our finish line, obviously we're going to see some highlights on who the paddlers are as they come close. But right here we got a little bit of a boat bait kind of helping all of our paddlers, Tahiti, man. Giving you a little bit of that surf run. But not helping. Look at that. That could definitely change your race and what might happen to you if you end up, clipping an ama or losing it on a wave. But that's what you get in Tahiti. Well, you get a lot of that. There's no apologies or no crossing the course. It just is as it is, right?
No, so for our viewers, for those that have been watching, we're hitting our 45-minute mark. This is your one-lap tour here of the Taho'e 2025. Man, on screen we see Lono putting in the work to keep the lead as he's going to be battling it out with Charles for the podium. And then, just in the back end, we did see Maya Campbell in third place.
All right, we have a really quick in-studio guest here. There again, you have the leaderboard. Lono Terurai and Charles Tier 1 and 2. Maya Campbell in the 19s right behind them. Kipo Van Basteler and Heitini Owen. I think those 3, 4, 5 are in the U19 division. But we're going to do a real quick break with my friend in studio here, Sam Moikia. She just came to stop by and visit with us. And what's happening? What's coming up for the IVF right now? What's going to be?
A lot of jet lag.
A lot of jet lag.
We're going to go to Brazil.
Wow.
For the IVF 2025 World Distance Championship.
Score. And that's happening next weekend. Is that correct? Or the weekend after?
It's the 13th.
Oh, so real soon. 5 days from now.
A couple days from now.
Wow.
We leave on Monday. So.
And it's happening in Brazil. And talk to us about the racing is going to be distance as opposed to World Sprints, which was last year in Hilo, right?
Yeah. So each country has one entry in each division.
Okay.
So we have our 60 women is Denise Darville-Chang and her crew from Lanikai. Mostly Lanikai, I think.
Right.
It's that. So it's one group from Hawaii.
Who's representing Hawaii for the open men and open women?
You know what? I really don't know because my kuleana there is as IVF vice president. So I kind of are taking a step back from the Hawaii side. But we can get that information to you guys whenever.
For sure. So this is happening in Brazil. How long is the race?
It's it's all done in kilometers. Things that we're not familiar with here.
Right.
So, but I think most of it is 18 kilometers. I want to say about there.
Similar to a queen race then, right? Yeah. Okay,
yes.
Cool. And is there any V1 part to that at all?
Yes,
or is it
there
all...
are V1s.
Okay.
One per event, one per division.
Okay, and only one entry, one person representing your whole country?
Yes.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah. You would think you'd have multiples, but that's coming up. So IVF, and then when are we going to see the World Sprints, and when is that? Where is that going to be?
World Sprints is the following 2026 in Singapore.
Ooh, that'll be cool. Singapore is an amazing city.
Singapore.
Yeah, wow. And what city in Brazil is all the racing happening?
It's called Niterói. It's near Rio, but it's right in that area. Across the way is Ipanema and all those other places.
Yeah, the Brazilians have really embraced the outrigger and the canoe culture, and they got some great teams on there. And so it's kind of cool to watch this whole thing happen. That is typically a Polynesian thing happening in a whole nother country and in another language, in Portuguese, and it's kind of neat.
They have boomed when I first became aware of them and their involvement in canoe paddling. It was huge, small. Now it's just grown exponentially.
It's big. Well, they're very competitive people. They're very athletic, and they love being at the beach and around the water. So I'm sure it was a no-brainer at a certain point, right?
It's going to be a great event.
Yeah, we're stoked. So again, that's happening on the 13th. And if folks want to be able, we're not going to be covering it here with Ocean Paddler, but is there some kind of IVF Facebook page or something that we'll be able to catch updates or see it, an English version at all?
Yes, there is. They are going to live stream it. That information will be put up on the IVF website.
Okay, IVF website, and then IVF has a Facebook or an Instagram as well, right?
Yes, it'll be on all of our social media platforms and our website.
Okay, well, we'll be looking for it for sure. Even if we're not doing it at Ocean Paddler, we're always want to see what our paddlers are doing and connect with them and support, especially when it goes international like this. I mean, and for us, international is like any place out of Hawaii or Tahiti, right? It's, which we consider the homes of this place. But, great to see it happen in Brazil. We're looking forward to Singapore.
Yes.
Maybe we'll be able to get you another crazy broadcast like we did at the last World Sprints, which was just several days of insanity, but good fun in the end. So right on. Thank you, Sam. And thank you for continuing to represent Hawaii paddling as part of the, representative administration of the IVF. You're vice president?
Yes.
Good for you. Are you going to stay there for a little bit? We'll see.
We'll see.
All right.
Go where I need it. So
right. We'll give our laws to everyone at the IVF.
I will.
And tell those Hawaii paddlers, Imua, go get them.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks
you
for stopping in,
me.
Sam. Mahalo.
Okay.
Mahalo. All right. We're back into our action here at the Taho'e Va'a, where we're getting ready for the finish of the U19 and the men's 40s happening here. A very, very competitive field. And we have a good mix of 40s and 19s coming into the finish line. And Charles Taho'e, we think has been able to hold on, and right behind this looks like our
that's Hetini Owen.
Hetina Owen. That's Manutea Owen's son from Huahine, and they're right behind our leaders. That's Maya Campbell in the pink canoe, and no, Maya Campbell is green shirt, pink canoe.
Yeah, that was Charles just slightly ahead of them, but right now we see that battle between Hetini and I believe another Masters 40 there, just outside of him. And, it's just incredible to watch these paddlers battle it as we probably have less than half a mile. I don't even think we have that much room left. But there we see on screen Lono still leading and Maya in second place for the U19, but first in his division. But let's just see if he can win it overall.
Gosh, put yourself in Manutea Owen's shoes right now. Like, your U19 son is beating you in a big race like this, and that's got to be just like super stoked and just depressing at the same time.
Well, we had the honor of having Hetini be with us in Hawaii and raced Aloha Aito. Had an excellent race as he finished in top 3 inside of our race with the likes of some of these other paddlers. He raced against me in Bora Bora, absolutely demolished me, and we lined up right next to each other. I mean, I ended up in I think there was over 100 in that event. He won it overall. I think I came in like 20th place, and these up and coming U19s are absolutely amazing, incredible athletes. But even the story of Maya here leading the U19 is just, unreal to see these paddlers.
Yeah, coming out of New Zealand to do it.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
But again, Charles just trying to squeeze the gap a little bit that Lono's created for him. Right now, it does look like Lono is still kind of pulling away from Charles, but I mean that's been a battle nonetheless. But this backpack right here with the 4th, 5th, and 6th place has been just incredible to watch as well, as we see these paddlers kind of trying to battle it out to the finish. Again, half a mile left or so. Again, we're breaking just under an hour, so this is incredible to watch. But it does look like, again, we had, I believe that might be either Camille inside of that white and red Ade canoe from what I could see. So if we get an update, we'll really know who that is. But it does look like, again, Hetini in there. And there's Manutea Owen. His son is currently on the left-hand screen, and Manutea's on the right there. Just an absolute dominating paddler over his lifetime. Gosh.
Manutea's incredible steersman too, and imagine I've been to some of his coaching clinics, and the way he talks about the feel and where to drive from, and imagine that being your dad and living on that little motu in Huahine, and it's just like being coached by him and brought up by that.
Yeah,
there's no mystery why Hetini's up there.
Yeah, we got to bring we have a little snippet of him speaking when we went up to document the Bora competition that we all went to race, and we definitely should bring that up because it was incredible to hear him speak and create the relationship between Va'a and life and what it does for him as a person, but what it does for all of us ocean paddlers. It's just incredible to get these relationships over time, and we all feel the same way. We just love the lifestyle, and I mean, look at what's happening right now. His son having an excellent performance right now. He's trying to close the gap between him and Maya as he's making his way back to Point Venus there. But here's a great drone shot of the separation that we've seen. But these are your leaders right here battling, and you can see, I mean, this race is really close.
I love that right there. Those three. And then these three just going at it right here.
So you can see the starting point is straight out front on the left-hand side is where they started from. All they have to do is make their way back to Point Venus, and that's it. It's done. You know, again, we don't have much room to be made up. So I think when we called it, we said it was probably close to a mile. So, yeah, we definitely do not have much room here to close up the gap. But we do see that back three pack is trying to close it up on Charles, as on screen is Charles to the right, and then behind him is this group right here. And it's just incredible. We see what a battle, you know. You got to appreciate these paddlers right now going toe-to-toe with one another. It's just, you know, stroke for stroke, trying to kind of make up some room. There's not too much separation.
You know what's interesting about this particular race? You know, it's not the Open, but, you know, these are the U19s that are the up-and-coming Open hammers, right?
Right.
And this is also juxtaposed against the 40 men, who are the guys just kind of graduating out of that Open men's division. And really, you're seeing this. Is it youth and vigor that is going to win the day, or is it experience and steadfastness that the U40s are able to bring to the table here? And it seems pretty tight, man. It's really neck and neck, and how fun for these young champions to be able to race alongside some of their heroes and some of the guys they've idolized and been coached by and learned from all these years, you know?
Right, 100%, exactly what you're saying, Kalai. You got your Masters 40s men who, you know, are so competitive, and, you know, the Open crews are starting to kind of form, and it's not like it's your way out, you know, it's just the amount of competitiveness is starting to rise, and we see it right here in the U19. Man, these kids are so talented, and I mean, we say kids, but really they're just adult. They're young men. They're coming into their adult ages. But right here, so we got leading Lono, who's in the 40s division. Maya Campbell, currently the U19 leader. Charles Taho'e in third. It is George Kronstad, who I thought that was on top of that white and red boat. Just couldn't get a good look at it.
White boat, red armor, yeah?
Yes, that's correct. And then Heitini Owen on the yellow Timmy, yellow and white. And it looks like Hokipa Van Bastelaire on that other Timmy Va'a. So, I mean, just right there, those names are synonymous to everything we've talked about all year with your Masters and your U19. Hokipa, I did see him have a really good season this past year as well.
And over the generations, you could change the first names.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Oh,
you
for
could
sure.
change those six.
The last names are going to be the same.
Yeah, and the last names might be the same, along with Amins and all the rest of those names. So it's kind of neat to see this, how, you know, they really built a legacy of Va'a.
Yeah, check out this drone view on top. I mean, you can really get an idea of what these paddlers are going through with their stroke and their style. But there is George right there in the white red Ama there, just kind of holding off one of the U19s, which is, I believe, Hokipo right behind him. I mean, this is just incredible to see. George, also the coach for OPT, you know, and they you know, there's no need for any introductions on anything to do with OPT. They've been absolutely on top of the game lately. But there is their coach, you know, showing them how it's done, and, you know, still putting in the effort. And, you know, of course, having a great battle against none other than Lono and as well as Charles. I mean, those three have done it all year long, right? That's all we've been trading off, those names all year long. It's either been George winning or Lono winning or Charles, you know, so it's just really cool to see that the battles just has never stopped. And, you know, that battle was started in the Open men division, and now obviously, you know, going into the Masters division. But currently on screen right here, really good paddling there by one of your paddlers there.
I think that's going to be Kamea. Tamari.
Yeah, I believe so. Camille was one of the other Masters 40s that was on screen. I did see his name pop up earlier, so it was good to see this shot here. But check this out. I will say it does look like George closed up the gap on Charles as he took that inside route, and I believe he's now in second place. Right here is Maya Campbell trying to hold off everyone from the U19.
And man, Lono is good
on
up
a
here.
whole other level right now.
Go, Uncle. Hold on to that. Look at him.
But Lono had an unreal race not too long ago that we covered, and he was just slightly ahead of. It was a battle between him and George for the longest time, all the way to the finish. And George ended up edging him out at the end. But I mean, check this out. We are at the sprint to the finish. This is it. Everything left up to this last handful of meters. You know, before we get there. So. I mean, here we go. This is it. This is where the races are won and lost for sure.
It's not short. You know, there's still plenty of ground to be making up, and the press being put on the leaders by these young men is pretty incredible. But you can see Lono just the drive off of every stroke. He is not going to let this happen.
No, he's definitely. Here we see a little bit more on the back half of the pack, you know, definitely probably hitting a little bit of the grind, you know, we're looking at, again, less than 9 miles for this race. But anybody that's been on a V1 and raced in these conditions, it is a grind. You know, you do, even in a 9-mile run, there's a wall that you hit sometimes. It could be on your 5th or 6th mile. But again, what it comes down to is, you know, reading everything that's still happening, being present the whole entire time, and trying to race your race. You know, don't race somebody else's race. You're racing yours. And you know, the real definition of this entire race is Taho'e. It's about unity. It's about all of us V1 paddlers and paddlers, you know, coming together, supporting one another, and seeing what we can do. You know, just racing out there in this course is just incredible.
It is just a beautiful backdrop and an impressive amount of canoes on the water. And you got to realize this is one of several races happening today, right? And so we haven't got a count. Maybe we'll work on that. But overall, how many individual paddlers raced V1 in today's event? It's got to be in the several hundreds.
Well, we're looking at just about close to 1,000. So the last year's one was just close to 950 entries. So, you know, we're looking at 1,000 entries this year. I mean, it's just incredible to see that many you know, participating. But
ooh, bro, imagine Aloha Aita with 1,000, bro.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be insane. That'd be so cool.
I would love to see that.
This is a serious turnout, you know, and kudos to all of those race organizers for making this all happen. But just you think about the level of involvement, 1,000 athletes out there on the water, and what that means for every athlete that's participating. How many paddlers are there in Tahiti?
Yeah,
you know, in general.
Yeah, so the amount of, you know, a lot of people, you know, everyone can do this, but only so many people will step up to the boat and make it happen. So, you know, anybody that races, doesn't matter, you know, position you come or anything, just being there is what it's about. It's about, you know, there is a tradition, there is a legacy in paddling, and maybe you need to be the start of it.
Sure.
If you're not doing it yet, you know, it's an opportunity. You can see we've had ages from 8 years up all the way up to the late 70s into their 80s and still doing this. So the lifestyle and the amount of changes that can happen in your youth, it goes. It's obvious. But here we go. Coming towards the finish, we have Lono on screen. I mean, just having a really incredible race. I mean, he's
really upped his rate. I mean, it's obvious that he's kind of heading in flatter water, maybe a little bit of an uphill section, and he's just kind of grinding it out right now.
Yeah, the vibe that he's probably feeling right now is, you know, constant pressure, staying on top of his game, and, you know, he's just holding his lead, and he knows where he is. He knows he's still got 2 strong paddlers right behind him in the Masters division. You've got none other than George Kronstad just slightly inside of him. Outside of him was Charles Taho'e. I do think that it looked like George did close up the gap a little. This is your U19 leader, Maya Campbell, on an absolute tear of a season. I mean, he is somebody you're going to have to reckon with when he moves up into that open division, because this paddler is incredible. He's had an incredible season.
But again, you think about how 1,000 paddlers racing today, and for every paddler that's coming out the race, there's another 20 or 30 easily in the community that are active paddlers, active participants. It's really just a huge part of their culture down in Tahiti, and how prevalent paddling is amongst their population.
Yeah, so I think some of the benefit of being in any race is, one, the experience that you can achieve just through one race. You can do a 5-mile race and learn a lot about yourself and a lot about the people around you and what you need to work on. Then you get into a race that's 9 miles long, then you get into a race that's 12 miles and then 16, etc. Every race has its benefits. A lot of it is the experience that you get to do it. And just right now, there's a lot of experience in that man right there on the screen. Lono's having an incredible race right now for the Masters 40. I mean, just incredible. Look at his rate. He's been, just flying. He's just having a really good race right now. I do think that we're seeing that this guy could easily do 2 laps, no problem. But right now he's put the pressure on George and Charles to try to make up ground. But this is your final turn buoy here.
So now they're going to be coming up along the shoreline.
Going up along the shoreline, making their way towards the point where they started, because that's where the finish is at. And right here, he knows he's got this sealed up. As long as he stays on, he's going to go ahead and win this race. I don't think there's no room to be caught at this point unless something happens outside of the ordinary of paddling. But what a great race by Lono here.
God, I'm loving the paddling and I'm loving the backdrop. It's so just kind of, this is right outside of Papeete City. This is just on the edge of the city. And it looks so rural, it's so just.
Check that out.
Golly.
So
we an idyllic country life right along the ocean there. And one of the biggest races in all of Tahiti is happening just outside your front door.
Yeah, I'm excited because we're going to get to see this done all over again by the open men, but we're going to get to watch them do 2 laps. And the cool thing about that is you got to see the course and some of the conditions that happen. So they're tuned in right now to TNT TV, trying to see a little bit of what people did. This is a perfect opportunity to kind of use technology to kind of your benefit. But here we got, Lono about to win this Veterans 40 here. Your Masters 40 division will be won by this gentleman right here as we're nearing that finish line. Slightly behind him, we've got our leader, Maya Campbell, second overall for the U19, but overall in this entire race, he's in second place. So just incredible that the amount of talent and skills that are out there.
I don't know whether I'm more impressed by this young guy able to just kind of step out in front of everybody like that, or I'm more impressed by this 40-something-year-old guy that has continued to stay on top of not only his technique and his knowledge, right, which you build over time, but just the level of fitness. You would think in this kind of flat water, a young 19-year-old kid with big brand new lungs and everything, that's been paddling his whole life, could come out here and smash some uncles. But this guy is amazing right now. What him and Charles and George are doing is really inspirational.
Yeah, just right now, they know they're still at the top of their game and their level. But, I'm sure they're excited to have these U19s in there, giving you that extra push. But it's also a good gauge for the youth. But check this out.
They're not far back.
No, they're not that far. And George has closed that gap. He's surpassed now Charles for the for the 40s. But he's trying to
work some magic out there right now.
You never know.
He's right on Maya.
Yeah, no, he's closing the gap. Heitini is not too far, but we also see Ho'okipa made some moves on Heitini there.
Ho'okipa was drafting Charles earlier and kind of just stepped away and started doing his own thing. It was interesting how, George took a heavy left turn right after that buoy there. He's trying to get outside and try to
a little
use some
bit
of
of
this
something
bump coming, whether it's from these escort boats or whatever.
Yeah, I just
He's
don't
trying
think
to set himself up.
There's no catching. Obviously, this is the finish, but right now we see Lono closing it up. He's going to seal the deal right here on his beautiful blue and pink Timmy Va'a there. I mean, he knows he's got this done. I mean, the best thing about this race, Taho'e, is it's definitely about competitiveness and being the guy that said, okay, I'm the winner of this race, but it's more about all of these paddlers getting out on the water, doing what they do best. Racing from this location, one of the most, iconic places in the world, just incredible. Well done by Lono here.
Amazing.
Gone ahead, and he's going to win Taho'e 2025 for the Masters and Veterans 40 division. But just incredible. He had an incredible race. I mean, we definitely...
Very consistent, nice surf run. He wasn't in the lead the
whole
time.
Is so fit. It's incredible.
Golly.
Yeah.
He wasn't in the lead the whole time, but once he got into the water that
well done. Congratulations there. Coming in,
held it and walked away.
1 hour and 10 minutes there is none other than Lono Mahiki Teurai, and then right behind him is going to be Maya Campbell winning the U19 division there for the U19 men. So your first place winners just coming across the line. I mean, incredible. Just absolutely incredible.
All right, let's see if George has been able to hold off. Yes, there he is. George Cronstead.
Yeah, George had
top shape. Look at that. He's always been so long and lean, a beautiful reach, and here he comes. He's going to catch a little bump.
So
coming
cool.
to that finish line.
I mean, George being
right
able
there.
to actually, pass Charles is no easy feat,
He's not even 2 minutes behind.
And it does.
Heitini.
No, it looks like that's going to be a whole keeper.
Yeah.
And then Heitini right in there as well. So that's your second and third place for your U19. I mean, just incredible, though. That was a battle all in itself. Just slightly behind, I believe, is
107.
Man, some of these. Oh, and then there's Manutea Owen coming in just slightly after Heitini, so not too far behind in the top 10. But, man, that was incredible to watch. Oh, look at this. There's like three balls coming across the finish line at one time. I mean, right there on screen is Manutea Owen, a handful of other of your Veterans 40s. But here we go. This is, again, your finishers. Man, he closed up the gap between him and Charles as well. He was
pretty quick,
squeezing that up really quick.
I think he was more trying to catch his son.
Yeah, for sure. But what an incredible race by all of these paddlers. I mean, this is what many of our viewers can see is just the amount of talent across the board from the U19. I mean, just what a battle they had.
What I think is neat is to be able to, watch a lot of your fan favorites, like your George Cronsteads, your Manutea Owens, these guys that we've been watching for a long time, and then see them, battling it out with these young up-and-comers, these young guns, and it's kind of neat to be able to just kind of watch that transition happen. And watch these heroes of ours continue to hold off the onslaught of these young bucks.
Yeah.
That was an exciting finish, though. It was neat, like you mentioned, to be able to watch Lono pace himself, do his race.
Yeah.
Charles was definitely in the lead, but when they came onto the inside, Lono got it out there and was able to hold it and really just kind of walk away. That last section of the race where everybody started bunching up, and then we could see, the young guys, the George Cronsteads in there as well, Charles, all kind of battling for it. It was great to see. And look at the rest of these paddlers coming across the line.
It's just a sea of V1s coming. I mean, even being in this position, it's a good way. There's definitely been a lot of battles for all of these paddlers, especially in this group. The grind is real. It's alive. It's a lot of movement. You definitely know where you stand, but it gives you a chance to kind of redeem yourself maybe on the next one and so forth. But really what it is being able to go out there on a V1 and race, again, race for everything, your family, your friends, your club, and then of course yourself. It does look like we had so Lono coming across the finish line in first place there. Second across the line was going to be Maya, followed up by George Kronstad. Then we seen a couple of other juniors. It looked like Ho'okipa coming across as well as Heitini. It did look like there was a change. Teva ended up edging out both Kameha and Charles Taho'e for the 40 division. So,
wow.
I mean, there was definitely
He must have been in like 5th or 6th place overall.
Yeah, there was definitely a big change in the switch of the Masters 40. And then I think rounding out in the top 10 was going to be Manutea Owen. So, I mean, just
as
crazy,
well as,
crazy.
George did the same thing. He was not in the picture early on.
No, only coming around Orue, we started to kind of see him kind of show his face there and actually, putting on a really good race there. But check this out. I mean, just look how many paddlers. I mean, so much talent, and man, just really cool to see all of these paddlers battling it out for the finish. This was your 14-kilometer U19 Masters Veterans 40s, just having an incredible race.
So, in these kind of conditions, it looked to me like there were really two major pieces to having a successful race here. It was maximizing whatever the ocean gave you on the outside, which wasn't much.
Yeah.
Which really wasn't much.
Right.
Being able to kind of squeeze out every little bit of energy out of the ocean before you came around the buoy coming in onto the inside. And then it seemed like the bigger story really was
the grind.
How fit were you, man?
The grind on the back end.
It was really, as I've heard paddlers say before, it was really the battle of the tough guys, at a certain point where it's just more or less flat and you got to press and make that canoe move for that second half of the race, which is always the harder half, right?
Yeah, I think the opportunity for us to see this is going to be on our next race coming up at 1:15. So in about 1 hour's time, we're going to see the open men battle it out. Again, this is going to be the same race but 2 laps. So for like what you were saying, Kalai, is definitely trying to take advantage of what presented itself, especially in the beginning, because that will help the separation, because you definitely don't want to be too far behind, because you cannot make up as much room or make too many mistakes. But as you could see, George had the race that he thought might have benefited him. He stayed in the pack. He had probably a really good start, but just kind of coming off of what you said, I think you're right. It does come down to that inside reef run where you come inside the lagoon, and now it's a little bit more on the endurance and the physical capabilities of yourself. Just incredible. I mean, you've seen that top 10 list of names, something we've called over and over in the Masters 40 and the U19. Just shows that they've created this dominance, and they've been able to maintain that dominance based on, obviously their training efforts and the things that they have done to keep paddling, at its highest level. So well done to your top finishers there. But man, that story is, Lono holding off Maya for the U19 and keeping the veterans on top. But man, boy, Maya having a great race.
Your time coming, boy. Your time coming.
Yeah.
Just hold on.
Not yet.
Uncle still get him. Watch
yet.
this. But what I did think about too, though, is a paddler's mindset coming into this race, knowing what kind of racer you are.
Sure.
Like, hey, maybe I'm the guy that does well when there's a little more surf, right? I'm a guy that really knows that. Or maybe I'm a guy that just can really, I've worked on my fitness. I've trained hard this season. And historically, a guy like George Kronstad, he's a guy that's fit. That's kind of been, I mean, of course he could surf. He could do all the things.
Yeah.
But his hallmark has been just that he can keep going, like, till the end of the day, as opposed to maybe like a Manutea Owen, who's maybe more of a surfer. He's a guy that really works the water. He's a steersman,
Yeah, so currently on screen, we've got Heitini Owen here. We can tune in.
Matin, ça va.
Et là, tu l'as pas vu?
Je sais pas où il était, je crois. Il était juste derrière moi. Mais je sais pas si.
Et donc, prochain objectif pour toi, c'est quoi?
L'aspect Taho'e, ouais. Ouais.
Et là, on a vu quand même que tu faisais beaucoup de combats avec Hokipa, de temps à autre, Georges. Qu'est-ce que ça t'a fait?
Ben, j'étais assez étonné d'être au devant de la course, mais voilà, ouais. J'essayais de les tenir et je suis pas réussi à les doubler à la fin.
Merci Hetini. Voilà donc réaction de Hetini Owen qui arrive dans ce top 5.
And there we had our interview with Hetini Owen, basically asking how was the race, caught a little bit of it, saying that, he had a good course. The other guys that he raced against, Hokipa and George slightly in front of him, just trying to have a good race, keep up, and, clearly just a really good person. And talking about Taho'e. Taho'e, for those of you who don't know, it means unity and bringing together people. But right here on screen, we've got Manutea Owen, I believe. Oh, I lied. Sorry, I couldn't get the view on them, but this is, your winner. Lono Mahiki there, Teurerai.
Ça soit pas trop gros, peu flat et cette chaleur-là, comme c'est pour tout le monde, donc c'est au mental que ça se joue, quoi. Et donc c'est ça un peu qui m'a sauvé aujourd'hui, voilà.
Okay, du coup, Lono, ça fait plaisir de retrouver ce parcours-là, le parcours mythique un peu du Taho'e que vous retrouvez aujourd'hui.
Ah oui, c'est un beau parcours. Moi, ce que j'adore, ce parcours-là, à Taho'e, tu as ce 90 degrés en virage. Là, tu as 7 km d'eau libre, tout ça, et c'est magnifique. Et regarde tout ce monde-là à la Pointe Vénus, c'est la fête du vent aujourd'hui, quoi.
Lono, tu parlais des juniors. Ils vous ont bien tenu, les juniors, aujourd'hui, hein?
Ah ouais, le Néo-Zélandais, il m'a inquiété un peu à la sortie de Tambour du Roi. Mais je pouvais encore pousser, c'est ce que j'ai fait. Je voyais qu'il revenait plus au Tahara, donc je me dis, on donne tout jusqu'à la fin, et c'est ce qui s'est passé aujourd'hui, quoi.
Merci Lono, bravo encore pour la victoire aujourd'hui. Bravo Lono. Voilà Olivier, à vous deux Inatea.
Merci Désiré. N'hésite pas Désiré si on peut avoir le maillot jaune, si tu arrives à trouver Maya Campbell, d'avoir le premier junior, ça serait chouette, puisque on aura en tout cas fait le point sur les lauréats de cette course, et puis
check this out. This view is just incredible. But right here, we got Point Venus. This is your iconic starting and finishing point here for Taho'e 2025. I mean, just incredible. You've got hundreds and hundreds of boats lined up. You do have your boats on the line. They've kind of put in themselves in their position that they want. Some of the things to consider, with this race here is logistically, I mean, this is what it's all about. So this is the starting and finishing point to, some of the bigger races that we've called or seen over the years. But to have this happen here for today is just incredible. Mm-hmm. It's brought together so many paddlers. Again, pretty much the biggest V1 race to date happening. So
what an incredibly beautiful and iconic piece of beach right there. This is, obviously this is where you'd want to start and end your race. But it's kind of neat, it's 12 minutes later, we still have a ton of V1 coming across the line. You can see them still making their way in. Congratulations to our winners. As they were talking, it's a hot day out there, man. It's like it's beautiful and sunny, but it makes for hot racing. And these guys are really putting in the work. Speaking of putting in the work, we just got our guys in studio here saying that we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with our continued coverage of Taho'e Va'a, this live simulcast from Tahiti with TNT TV. We'll be right back. It's the Taho'e Va'a from Tahiti, brought to you by Are Tahiti. Mahalo to TNT TV and the organizers of Taho'e Va'a. And by Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to making outrigger canoe paddling a spectator sport. If you live in the islands, your keiki or teen are no stranger to ocean sports. But have they tried outrigger paddling? With roots in Polynesia, people journey from island to island in canoes. There's nothing like the thrill of being at one with the water. Keiki and teens will meet new friends, gain a feeling of accomplishment, and have a lot of fun. And parents will be proud, cheering on their every effort. Outrigger paddling is easy to learn, and you can enjoy it your whole life. They'll experience ohana va'a, being part of the outrigger family, with role models like Hawaiian kupuna, Uncle Kimokeo. It's time to test the waters. Let Are Tahiti find you a club or a coach to help your keiki take this inspiring journey.
For me, it's a Ferrari, this canoe. The V1 teaches you a lot. It can be a boat for beginner because when you're beginner, you don't expect nothing from a boat. You will learn with the boat. So the Marara is a boat for everyone. It's a boat who can increase the glide like very high. You can, in 2 or 3 strokes, you can improve like 1 or 2 kilometers. So that's why I love the Marara.
Get yours at shopoutrigger.com.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Ça a causé des problèmes au niveau justement des prix de vent. Donc on a remis le programme initial. On voulait juste mettre un peu plus en avant les catégories pour qu'ils puissent passer en live.
En tout cas, ce qu'on essaiera de faire, c'est que vu qu'on n'a pas Maya, on va essayer de la voir tout à l'heure pendant le direct. Il viendra au poste commentateur avec nous pour la course Open. On va faire une petite pause sur TNTV, les amis, puisque la course des Open, elle aura lieu dans 45 minutes. Et donc, on va rendre l'antenne à TNTV, mais restez branchés sur nos antennes, puisque, je vous le disais, on va passer le magazine de la Tahiti Nuiva pendant 25 minutes. Nous, on va se préparer, remettre les fils dans les bons endroits pour que tout marche et tout soit prêt à 13h quand on reprend l'antenne tout à l'heure, et on aura la grande course des Open sur 28 km. Il y aura 2 boucles, Inatea.
Ah oui, c'est pour ça que là on va avoir les premiers paquets de devant, et ici ça va être toujours le même scénario au retour.
Allez, vous serez avec nous, avec Vaitere, avec Naya, avec Désiré et Inatea, notre reine du Va'a qui était avec nous pour commenter et animer cette belle journée de la Taho'e. Merci en tout cas de nous avoir suivis pour cette première partie. On se retrouve dans à peu près 20-25 minutes sur la Pointe Vénus pour la Taho'e 2025, la course Open. À tout à l'heure.
All right, gang, welcome back to our live simulcast of Taho'e Va'a from Tahiti. You've seen the start and finish happening right there in Point Venus in right outside of Papaete, and we just had the conclusion of our U19 and 40 plus men's divisions with a really exciting finish. So we're going to give you a quick recap, and then we'll let you know what else we got happening in the background right here in Hawaii at the same time. So, Micah, just a solid race, and as a guy that's in that division, I'm stoked to see Lono hold it down for the uncles on that one.
Yeah, I'll be joining that division in about 6 months. Yes. No, but just what an incredible race that we just watched. Again, your men's 19 under, and then your veterans 40 plus. Just incredible. I mean, we saw a great start. You got 100 boats lined up off the line. Clean start. They made their way, to the backside of Taho'e, a reef run. A little bit of a downwind, some advantage. And then, of course, the grind coming home. So just what a great race that we got to see for the first part of our ladder day. But tell us, Kalai, what else do we got going on for today?
So what's happening today, we have a very large south swell hitting the shores of Oahu right now, which has been organized with some of the gang here at Ocean Paddler to hold another event in the background. This is called the Castles Cup. It's a gentleman's canoe surfing event, and it happens at a break called Castles, just outside of the natatorium. It's on the south shore of Oahu, right between Waikiki Beach and Diamond Head. And so we're expecting waves to be at least double overhead.
Yep.
It's a really long wave. It's a wave that doesn't have a super steep takeoff, and so our 4-man canoes are able to catch it, surf it, and ride it way inside, almost to the beach down there. So low tide in Honolulu was mid-morning.
Yep, 10 o'clock.
We're at about 10 o'clock. And so as we're getting into the 1 o'clock hour, the water is coming in. It's filling up so that the reef is not too exposed. And hopefully that gives them an opportunity to have some really long rides. We've had some incredible footage of this happening in prior races, and we're just stoked to be able to time our giant south swell hitting Oahu. And we're bringing you the Ocean Paddlers, the Castles Cup. It's a gentleman's competition. There's no big, prize, not a lot of, money or anything happening behind this. But what it is, it's going to be happening here. And we're going to be, hopefully, having the opportunity to bounce back and forth between some rides at the Castles Cup and some action here happening in Papeete, Tahiti, really kind of giving you the best of both worlds and some of the things that not only Tahiti is known for with their V1 and their gorgeous scenery and these calm days, but what Hawaii is known for, the surf and the 4-man canoe and canoe surfing, which was really made famous outside of Waikiki, right? It was the Beach Boys in Waikiki, guys like Duka Hanamoku and Rabbit Kekai that really kind of popularized canoe surfing. Tourists would come and they would have them ride small waves off of places like Canoes, which is the name of a surf break right there in Waikiki next to the Queen surf break. Now, of course, Hawaii's watermen have taken this sport to a whole nother level, and we see guys trying to surf waves at Waimea Bay on the north shore of Oahu and at Castles Break over on the south shore. And so we're looking forward to this. We're going to have some of our big names like Jimmy Austin is out there. Hopefully guys like Aliko Winter from Soldier is there with his crew, guys that have competed before, and hopefully bringing in some new blood. But what a cool afternoon of a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a whole bunch of all the best in outrigger paddling, really.
I mean, today it's just been filled with everything across the board. I mean, it's a beautiful weekend here on Oahu.
Yes.
But just, there's so much things happening. There's a Napali race happening on Kauai right now.
That's right.
So
Speaking of beautiful scenery, holy mackerel, right?
So that's going on. And then you've got the Blue Angels air show happening.
The air show
at
Canoe Bay.
Bay.
The sandbar is got 1,000 boats out there.
Guaranteed. And then, of course, we timed it perfectly. We called the swell, so it came. And now we
rang it up,
we dialed it in.
1-800 dial a swell. Comes in.
We just had Te Ahu Po'o going off for the WSL. It's just been an incredible weekend, but we get to cover this live simulcast. So big shout out to TNT TV for hosting and allowing us to
Mahalo
give that
to Oliver and their entire crew out there for letting us
Olivier
simulcast
and the
this
crew
coverage.
for sure. It's just been incredible. And Kalei and I get to watch the race hands down, just calling everything. It's just incredible.
It's front row seats, man. This is the best gig in the planet if you love paddling.
Yep.
Really Taho'e Va'a is the world's largest V1 race put on by paddlers, for paddlers, kind of like what Manny did with Pa'ahava'i here. And, we're stoked to be able to bring that event to you earlier this season. And so it really is a privilege and a joy to be able to bring these events to you and to be able to kind of step it up. And you're kind of getting a 2-for-1 this afternoon that's going to be happening with the Castles Cup and Taho'e Va'a, some of the best in outrigger paddling. I mean, these events are going to be two separate shows of their own.
I'm ready.
I'm pretty excited.
I'm
pretty excited. So we're going to be taking a quick commercial break, and then we're going to be going dormant for just a little bit as we prepare ourselves, tapping in these two different events in our menagerie of equipment that happening just offshore. So big mahalo to Christian and Alex and Kenji's down to the beach, I think, making this all happen for Ocean Paddler. You guys get to see just me and Micah most of the time, but there's a whole crew of guys back there making it happen. So mahalo to them. We're going to give them a break to make it happen, but stay with us. We're going to be bringing you continued coverage of this simulcast with TNT TV of Taho'e Va'a from Papayete TV, from Point Venus, as well as some live footage of the Castles Cup right here on the south shore of Oahu. We'll be right back after we thank our sponsors. It's the Taho'e Va'a from Tahiti, brought to you by Are Tahiti. Mahalo to TNT TV and the organizers of Taho'e Va'a. And by Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to making outrigger canoe paddling a spectator sport. If you live in the islands, your keiki or teen are no stranger to ocean sports. But have they tried outrigger paddling? With roots in Polynesia, people journey from island to island in canoes. There's nothing like the thrill of being at one with the water. Keiki and teens will meet new friends, gain a feeling of accomplishment, and have a lot of fun. And parents will be proud, cheering on their every effort. Outrigger paddling is easy to learn, and you can enjoy it your whole life. They'll experience Ohana Va'a, being part of the outrigger family, with role models like Hawaiian Kupuna, Uncle Kimokeo. It's time to test the waters. Let Are Tahiti find you a club or a coach to help your keiki take this inspiring journey.
For me, it's a Ferrari, this canoe. The V1 teaches you a lot. It can be a boat for beginner because when you're beginner, you don't expect nothing from a boat. You will learn with the boat. So the Marara is a boat for everyone. It's a boat who can increase the glide like very high. You can, in 2 or 3 strokes, you can improve like 1 or 2 kilometers. So that's why I love the Marara.
Get yours at shopoutrigger.com.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Au niveau du capitaine, Fahoro pour pouvoir bien surfer quoi. Hein. Ça va être ça ouais, le jeu quoi, de pouvoir se connecter pour que le capitaine il voit là, comment je place ma pirogue et tout le monde et qu'on pousse au bon moment, qu'on récupère au bon moment et j'espère surtout qu'on va s'amuser.
Plutôt bien, hein, pas trop de séquelles par rapport à l'étape d'hier et on verra ouais, là, durant cette étape si le corps il est toujours chaud pour aller chercher la première place encore aujourd'hui. Hein.
L'objectif, c'est vraiment de voir le niveau des boys, parce que à l'heure actuelle, ils sont très 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 motivés. Comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, on n'est pas en train de les pousser. En fait, ça vient d'eux-mêmes. Le VAS, tu l'as dans le sang, tu l'as ou tu l'as pas. Donc, franchement, avec ce que nous avons, on a pas mal de boys qui sont vraiment, voilà, comme on dit, c'est dans la tête, mindset. Donc, ouais, on est content, on est satisfait pour ça, ouais, carrément.
Pour cet événement, ça va être, c'est une course à changement. Du coup, bon, ça reste un peu comme toutes les courses. Il faut faire un travail foncier, c'est-à-dire beaucoup de muscu en début de préparation. Et puis là, on finit sur beaucoup de séries. Voilà, sur la résistance.
Non, je pense qu'on a l'habitude de cette étape, le cap tout droit, on ne va pas se prendre la tête tout droit sur le récif de Hitia et après on longe le récif jusqu'à Taho'e. Mais ouais, content de la performance de l'équipe. On a fini premier à quand même 2,45 devant le deuxième vétéran. Et aujourd'hui, voilà, apparemment la météo, c'est du surf bien arrière. Donc d'une part, ça va faire plaisir un peu aux organismes. On va essayer de se faire plaisir avant tout. Et puis après, si on peut grappiller encore quelques secondes, ça sera top, quoi.
Je pense que pour ce style de course-là, il faut une pirogue un peu tout terrain. Et voilà, maintenant tout le monde sait que la Matahina, voilà, elle est bonne un peu partout. Et voilà, il n'y a qu'à regarder les résultats, je pense que c'est dans le top 15, il n'y a que des Matahina devant. Et voilà, on va pas faire le choix pour l'instant de prendre une autre pirogue. Mais peut-être pour les autres courses, spécial surf, spécial remontée, voilà, on a des cartouches aussi au team PT.
Comment se sent l'équipe aujourd'hui?
Ça va, l'équipe se sent bien. On voit sur leur visage qu'ils ont hâte encore de ramer aujourd'hui. Et puis, voilà, comme tu dis, le dernier jour, je pense que ça va être plus dur avec les conditions qu'il y aura et surtout la fatigue. Après, je pense que toutes les équipes sont dans la même situation que nous. C'est celle qui voudra le plus qui va franchir la ligne d'arrivée en premier sur le matériel.
She sold my new blue jeans. My father was a gambling man down in New Orleans.
Ah, je me sens à la fois fatigué et heureux. Hein. Hier soir, on s'était mis en tête d'essayer d'aller chercher cette troisième victoire parce que on le sait déjà, Timo Pété n'a jamais gagné cette course. Aujourd'hui, ça y est, on l'a concrétisé. Pour la première fois, Timo Pété se met sur la plus haute marche du podium de la Tahiti Nuiva. Et voilà, on peut se sentir fier, heureux des sacrifices qu'on a fait. Et j'aimerais aussi dédier cette victoire à un copain de travail qui nous a quittés il y a au moins un mois et demi peut-être, hein, John Teroroto. Hein. Voilà, celle-là, elle est pour ton frère. Hein. Et cette victoire, elle part avec toi dans le ciel. Et grâce à Dieu, hein, on l'a eu. Merci Seigneur, merci les copains de travail, merci à tous. Toutes ces personnes qui nous soutiennent. Hein. Et voilà, beaucoup d'émotions, hein, beaucoup de joie. Hein.
Ouais, gros chelem hein, sur ces 3 étapes et puis vraiment content pour nos rameurs hein, du Timo Pété. Et ils ont fait le boulot qu'il fallait. Hein. Il fallait juste leur faire confiance et puis voilà, ça donnait de bons résultats. Hein. Et après, comme je dis, l'année ne fait que de commencer. Hein. Il y a d'autres courses qui vont arriver, mais on prend celle-là déjà et puis essayer de construire encore. On a quelques détails à rectifier encore, mais voilà, les entraînements sont faits pour. Hein. Et puis voilà, c'est de bon augure pour le reste de l'année.
La plus grande compétition de e-sport de Tahiti revient. Rockstar e-sport Championship. Deviens le champion 2025 de Smash Bros Ultimate, Tekken 8, e-sports, FC25, Street Fighter 6, Teamfight Tactics ou encore Call of Duty Mobile. Une édition exceptionnelle avec de nombreuses surprises et un total de 1 200 000 francs de prize money. Informations et inscriptions sur la page Facebook Rockstar Energy Drink Tahiti. Attention, place limitée. Rockstar e-sport Championship.
Le jeu KDI revient sur TNTV avec toujours plus de bons d'achat à gagner pour remplir vos frigos. Envoyez dès maintenant KDI au 75 00 et tentez de gagner l'un des 5 bons d'achat mis en jeu avec 2 fois plus de chances de décrocher le Super Caddie. À gagner un bon de 50 000 francs, un bon de 60 000 francs, un bon de 80 000 francs.
Every time I'm out there, it's a learning experience for me. I'm learning how to navigate these big waves. It's super special. You know, you go out there with your friends, 4 guys. It's not something that's really done anymore, so it's definitely cool when you see it out there. It's something different.
It's what we live for. It's what we do, you know? Like, I love canoe surfing. This is my dream for this swell, you know? And hopefully we get another one because we're constantly trying to push the limits and see what we can do.
To be with a good team,
camaraderie, the aloha, everybody koku, everybody working in unison together. Like I said, there's no better feeling in the world when you drop on a wave like that. So I'm very fortunate to be paddling with Jimmy and Miles and Alkina. Yeah, very fortunate for today.
Yeah, really cool to be able to come out of, whether it's an amazing ride or an amazing wipeout, and make it to the beach with your crew and high five and have a beer and, you know, log that one in the memory banks.
And the winner of the first ever Ocean Paddler Castles Cup goes to Jimmy.
Well, this weekend we're down at the Outrigger Canoe Club, and it's probably once a 30, 40-year swell. I don't think I've ever actually seen waves this big in Waikiki. What's forecasted to come is pretty incredible.
There's two types of people, the ones that drop everything when it's 10 feet and ones that always have excuses. So this morning, showed up, rigged a boat, and everybody that was down showed up.
When the waves get this big and Castles is rearing its fangs, there's only a few people who stroke out there in the surf canoes, and Jimmy Austin is definitely always I'm the one who's frothing the most to get out there, and he probably has the most time under his belt out there. And I've been working here for close to 25 years right here on the beach and watching it for that long. And still, every time I'm out there, it's a learning experience for me. I'm learning how to navigate these big waves.
It's super special. You know, you go out there with your friends, 4 guys. It's not something that's really done anymore, so it's definitely cool when you see it out there. It's something different.
It's what we live for. It's what we do, you know? Like, I love canoe surfing. This is my dream for this swell, you know? And hopefully we get another one because we're constantly trying to push the limits and see what we can do.
To be with a good team, camaraderie, the aloha, everybody, koku, everybody working in unison together. Like I said, there's no better feeling in the world when you drop on a wave like that. So I'm very fortunate to be paddling with Jimmy and Miles and Alkina. Yeah, very fortunate for today.
Yeah, really cool to be able to come out of, whether it's an amazing ride or an amazing wipeout, and make it to the beach with your crew and high five and have a beer and, you know, log that one in the memory banks.
And the winner of the first ever Ocean Paddler Castles Cup goes to Jimmy.
Well, this weekend we're down at the Outrigger Canoe Club, and it's probably once a 30, 40-year swell. I don't think I've ever actually seen waves this big in Waikiki. What's forecasted to come is pretty incredible.
There's two types of people, the ones that drop everything when it's 10 feet and ones that always have excuses. So this morning, showed up, rigged a boat, and everybody that was down showed up.
When the waves get this big and Castles is rearing its fangs, there's only a few people who stroke out there in the surf canoes, and Jimmy Austin is definitely always the one who's frothing the most to get out there, and he probably has the most time under his belt out there. And I've been working here for close to 25 years right here on the beach and watching it for that long, and still every time I'm out there it's a learning experience for me. I'm learning how to navigate these big waves.
Chaque juillet, c'est différent, chaque juillet pour moi est différent. Mais ça, pendant 3 ans de suite, on a gardé le progrès, ça a été quelque chose de fabuleux. Maruru ituar oramai, parire atato ite mom hane murinei.
It's super special, you know, you go out there with your friends, 4 guys, it's not something that's really done anymore, so it's definitely cool when you see it out there, it's something different.
It's what we live for, it's what we do, you know, like, I love communication, it's my dream for this swell, you know.
Profitez de votre programme en toute sérénité avec le nouveau Honda HR-V hybride.
Suivez votre programme avec les nouvelles canettes glacées Nescafé.
Like I said, there's no better feeling in the world when you drop on a wave like that. So, very fortunate to be paddling with Jimmy and Miles and Altina. Yeah, very fortunate for
Retrouvez
today.
l'émission Waves
Really
avec
cool to be
Taho'e.
able to come out of, whether it's an amazing ride or an amazing wipeout, and make it to the beach.
Votre magazine Waves vous propose de découvrir la culture et le way of life du surf sur le figure, les personnages incontournables, les meilleures sessions de la semaine. Waves, c'est tous les samedis à 19h sur TNTV.
Yorana, vous êtes de retour en direct sur Tahiti Nui Télévision pour la deuxième partie de ce direct, la Taho'e 2025. On est ensemble avec Inatea Bernardino. Rebonjour.
Rebonjour.
Allez, on était ensemble ce matin pour la course des V40 et des juniors. Victoire de Lono et de Maya chez les juniors. On a eu une belle course et puis là, on va avoir une superbe course parce qu'il est open. Vous allez voir sur la carte dans un instant, Inatea. Là, il y a 2 boucles, 28 km.
Ouais, il y a 2 boucles, mais aussi ça va être un départ à la Open Home. J'espère qu'il n'y aura pas trop de cafouillage parce que dès qu'ils savent qu'il y a un avantage quelque part, ils se placent en 2-3 lignes.
On va le voir ça dans un petit instant, mais regardez, le départ il va être donné sur cette pointe Vénus, sachant que sur la droite il y aura ce qu'on appelle, on va dire, une catégorie prioritaire où il est 50 meilleurs de l'année dernière qui sont en bout de la pointe, et là ils vont partir direction Taho'e.
Ils vont faire le même parcours que les catégories précédentes, mais en 2 tours. Donc ça va être une longue course quand même, mais ils sont habitués aussi. Ils sont habitués.
L'année dernière, c'était gagné en 2,25. On a vu que chez les juniors et les vétérans, ça a été un petit peu plus rapide. On verra si cette année, sur ce parcours, ça va aller mieux. La météo, on l'a vu tout à l'heure aussi, c'est très flat. Il n'y a pas beaucoup de vent, pas beaucoup de houle. On l'a vu, 0,6 annoncé, un vent de 5 km/h. C'est pas ça qui va nous faire des vagues de 2 mètres.
Non, tout le monde va être au même niveau aujourd'hui et il n'y aura pas trop d'avantages pour les surfeurs.
Et on va retrouver sur les bateaux pour commenter cette course notre Veitiare national qui sera sur le bateau 1, Yorana Veitiare.
Oui, Olivier, alors voilà, donc reparti pour cette deuxième étape de cette journée, notamment avec la course phare, très attendue par nos internautes, nos téléspectateurs. C'est celle, bien sûr, des Open Hommes de cette Taho'e Race. On va dire que c'est l'heure du choc des titans. On a vu Hotu Iterei pour se préparer. On a vu Kyle également s'échauffer. D'autres champions suivront, bien sûr. Et on vous rappelle que cette course, eh bien, sera en direct sur TNTV. On va aussi vous présenter tout à l'heure donc les maillots actuels détenus, notamment.
All right, welcome back. That was a kind of an abrupt one. We're back. We just had our little lunch break here at our Ocean Paddler Studios, and now we're getting ready for a 1:15 start for the main event, the open event here at Taho'e in Tahiti. It's going to be starting at Point Venus, and if you were logged on with us earlier and watching, it's basically 2 laps of what we saw earlier, twice as much. It's about, what was that, 28 kilometers?
Yep, 28.
Yeah, so right about 17 miles
Yep.
total, which is a pretty far distance. That looked pretty far just the one lap, you know. And so it's going to be roughly a little bit more than a 2-hour race.
Yep.
Yeah, 2 hour. The one lap was hour 10, so
Yep.
it'll be about 2:15 for this race, and I'm excited because these really are the top guns and the best V1 paddlers in the world. And are you looking for any fan favorites, or can you share with us who might have done well last year and who's been on top this season?
Oh man, it you know, just the amount of names you can just start rattling off is just
Sure.
it's quite a bit. I mean, you've got Hoatua, Tuteari'i, you've got Stevie, you've got Kyle, you know, CJ, Manute. You just
Kyle
the names
Kanafao.
just
Yep.
Hititua. You've got names that just constantly you can mention. So it really is anybody's game, if you will. But this past year, we've been seeing Tuteari'i do really, really well over the past few V1 races, including the likes of, obviously, you know, Stevie and CJ. But really, this race was, again, Taho'e was created by paddlers, for paddlers. One of the leading forces behind that is none other than Stevie Boy. So, you know, he was able to bring together a bunch of champions. All those names that I just listed off, including Hotu Poroe, they're all a part of a board that created this race here. So Taho'e 2025 brought to you by, again, the champions of all champions. A little bit more of that youth in there, in the likes as well as Hinatea Bernardino. We really don't need to go in depth, but Hinatea is an absolute, you know, just legendary wahine paddler, and, you know, I think set the precedence for many of the other female and wahine athletes out there, including names like Vaimiti Maoni, Iloha Ishin, and, you know, a handful of others. But even just having all of these paddlers tune in and kind of bring back everyone together as a V1 community, representing, again, all parts of Tahiti, and, you know, even outside they have definitely welcomed a lot of us from the international side to compete and be a part of that resurrection and culture. And man, but Kalai, we're in for a really good treat today, as we will be covering the Open Men 2025 Taho'e canoe race, as well as
the Castles Cup. You kind of see that happening on the right of your screen. This right here is Ikaika Kalama and some of his guys out there, Aaron Abbey at Waimea. This is, but today there's a major south swell hitting the Waikiki and Diamond Head area, and there's a break out there called Castles that's just outside of the natatorium. And for the last couple of years, they've been holding this. They call it the Castles Cup. It's a gentleman's competition. No big money to be won, but, you know, a little trophy to take home and put your name on. And so there's a few of these kind of I don't know how you would say, these watermen out there that kind of throw together a crew and get their canoe and go out there and kind of have a friendly competition amongst themselves. And so we're hopefully going to be bouncing back and forth between coverage of the Taho'e, which you're seeing on your screen right now, and coverage of the Castles Cup. So bringing you 2 totally different events, but both of them in outrigger canoes. 2 different places. One is surfing, one is just paddling. One is a 1-man, the other is a 4-man. And so kind of good fun to have that little juxtaposition. And so as you can see, we're looking at a 1:15 start, and so these guys are getting ready to go.
Yeah, we're going to get started really shortly. But again, some of the paddlers that we definitely want to look after, I would say the likes of Tuatea holding it down, Terai Mano absolutely having a great year. Again, even Tuteari Hoatua in the likes of Kevin, CJ will be out there, Stevie Teotata, Kyle Tarafao, Hotu Paroi, Hititua Tearai, Tairea, and then obviously names like the Amins, Adgars. You just keep going down the list. There's so many notable paddlers, Manutea, like just you can just go down the list. I mean, I've got probably 5 pages of names here. So right there on your screen, you see there's about 300 canoes on the shoreline getting ready to race. Obviously, just this is what we love to see. We are started.
And there they go.
Let's go.
All right, we've had our start here of the open men's division, and we're going to have our clock running in the top left. Hopefully later as we get into this, we'll be able to bring you like a leaders board, so to speak. But these gentlemen have 2 14-kilometer loops to do around this area, including the reef area, Arue Reef, and back to Point Venice, and then coming around to the finish. So they'll make 2 laps and they'll finish where they started. But this is very much about just getting out there and pacing yourself.
Yeah, we've got about 2 hours of racing. For us, a lot of this is just the excitement to watch a lot of these elite athletes race this iconic race here for the up-and-coming Taho'e 2025 race. We're going to see who's going to, win this race and set a little bit of that precedence once again in the likes of all the names that we mentioned before. All are maybe have won a Te Aito or a Super Aito or some kind of big event within all of Tahiti. So when we call them champions, they have, raced various different races across Tahiti. One of the more notable races previous was the Te Aito or Super Aito, which many of those paddlers have really created a name for themselves. And, viewers like myself who have watched many of these races and tried to get to Tahiti to see it live, which I was able to do so a few times, obviously participating in V1 races. I have not done this race here. Most notably known in the beginning for the first year, Save Taho'e has created now this venue here. So
you've been to races down there like Talifit. You've been to Te Aito?
Yes.
So what is the atmosphere on the beach like as these races are finishing up and the winners are coming in? It must just be electric on the beach.
It's amazing. I mean, you see like right here, you see that race start. That's really what started it all for me visually, was being able to see hundreds of canoes. And, I would hear it. Both my parents would talk about it. My mom has come down and raced this in the latter part of the 70s. And, she was one of the first Wahines to go down there and race with some Hawaii paddlers and, participating in races and hearing the stories of what it was like back then. And for me to see it on TV, it wasn't as highlighted as it is today with technology. But you're right, going down there, it's electric. Everyone is on the beach shouting out for, their teams, their paddlers. They don't even know you, and they're cheering you on. But that's really what this is about. Taho'e is about the unity of us as paddlers to get down there and race against each other, have a good, fair, clean race, and just see.
Are they the race organizers pretty good about facilitating international competition?
They really are. It's definitely, that's the good thing about paddling, is creating the relationships. You meet people over the years, and just like here in Hawaii, we're very welcoming. Same thing in Tahiti. Definitely willing to host you and be a part of it. And that's the benefit of paddling and unity, is having the opportunity. But here on screen, right here, right now, we are live. This is the big showdown right here. We're going to see who's going to go ahead and take the win. But a big shout out here to our team, TNT TV, Olivier, and the entire crew there. We want to big mahalo for allowing us to simulcast with you guys live for the largest V1 event. This broadcast is absolutely spectacular. They've got really good footage right here from the official boats as well as their drone footage. I mean, they're just really good. Oh,
somebody's over.
And there we see, our first Julian. This happens. This kinds of things, who knows what happened or how it happened, but I mean, that's stuff you deal with. We'll see how this paddler bounces back, but up in the boat pretty quickly, up and running. He was leading part of the pack at that point, so we'll see how that fares.
How he responds to that, but unfortunate for that paddler, but here he goes. Shell Va'a boat right there, the famous Shell Va'a spectator boat.
Yeah, they'll have paddlers such as like Brees. Brees will be in there, and an extremely talented paddler as he is a part of the Shell team. You also have other notable paddlers. You're going to have Vairoa as well as Keith Vernadon, who's been coming in the top 10 quite lately from
So this is our leader
OPT.
right here in the green Va'a. Behind him, I think in that red on the inside, he never likes to wear a hat. That might be CJ back there, maybe.
Yeah, so right here on screen, we've got a unreal.
Hard for us to see the numbers.
Could be Tuatea in the legs, but right behind Timmy Va is going to be a different paddler there. But it's going to be awesome to watch all of these paddlers as we start kind of pinpointing and picking them all out. But I mean, again, we've got 2 hours of paddling. We are just on that first quarter-mile stretch coming off of Point Venus there. But just to note, last year's Super Taho'e first place was none other than Kyle Tarafao, followed up by second place Kevin, Sir Andrew Salami, and then finished off with top 3 is Steve Teotata. So just, again, these are just names that you can rattle off, and any one of them can win it at any time. It doesn't matter what race. But your top 10, we had Tuteari Hoatua, we had Manuteo Millon, Darren Harbulo, and then also Tapo Tuara from EnviroPole. So, we've got a lot of individual paddlers racing for the top teams across Tahiti and the likes of, Team Air Tahiti, Team Huahine, Pire, OPT, EnviroPole, Shell. It's just endless. These are obviously many big-time clubs, or most notably from the island that they represent.
Yeah, and the competitors list shows on it their name and what six-man or what club they are associated with. And so really they're like you mentioned earlier, they're racing for their own family name and their area where they come from, but also the club that they are part of now. And these are pretty much all the top clubs, right? You got Air Tahiti Nui, you have EDT, you have Shell, OPT, all of those top clubs. These guys are the ones that when they're not in the V1, they're racing six-man for them.
Yeah, so and that's really what it comes down to. So right here, we've got the best paddlers in all of Tahiti, and some obviously traveling from across the way, such as the way of New Zealand, Australia, some Brazil. Brazils have had some of the Brazilians have been traveling down to Tahiti over the last year and a half or so, really trying to get that experience. But we've also seen the likes of Stevie going up to Brazil and holding clinics, as well as Shell has David, and some of those paddlers have, where they've traveled, they've also have done clinics for a lot of the international field, which has really helped Va'a culture and paddling across the world. So, and everybody, it's
here.
So it's no shortage of that experience that all these international paddlers are getting as well. But again, for those of you tuning in, this is your open men's first mile into the first of 17 miles, basically, at this point. So we've got a long way of paddling, and man, it's just unreal to see this many competitors out on the water, and just the appreciation for V1 it's definitely come a long way across the entire world. I am definitely curious, though, Kaladi, to see how Brazil is going to hold their World Distance Championships coming up in a week time. There is a handful of Hawaii clubs or members from Hawaii going. Unfortunately, I think a lot of it is the logistics. It's about 30 hours of traveling, maybe 3 flights.
Goodness.
So, you're flying either to San Fran and San Fran to Rio and then making to your destination, or maybe all the way to New York and then New York over. So it's just logistically, it's expensive.
Yep.
A lot of these paddlers have to fundraise or
the bill themselves,
ask
right?
mom or dad for a credit card, So hats off to anybody traveling across the world to represent Hawaii. But that's definitely something that I definitely feel needs to be talked about at some point, is how do we get there? And, without the support of, I would say it honestly, without the government support. So in Tahiti, they have a lot of government support, and they really, really appreciate the fact that they push their culture and they're doing what they're doing. But right here on screen, this is your leaders in the green fi here.
I'm sure some of our real tanned paddlers from Hawaii are worried about being able to get back in the country.
Oh, for
after
sure.
Visiting Brazil and, having to prove that they are citizens in this day and age and political climate. But we're really proud that they're being able to make it down there to represent all of us and all of Hawaii down there in Brazil this year. Good luck. Hopefully that event comes off to be pretty cool. And we're looking forward, hopefully, that maybe we can get our team down to Singapore next year for the World Sprints. Would be pretty cool.
Yeah. So again, this is it. This is the big race, and we're just really excited to kind of see how everybody's gonna pair off right here. But looks like this boat has set a little bit of a lead. Kind of looks like you're kind of referred to most like in a running race, your rabbit, trying to see how they hold out from the start and see if they can maintain that for the rest of the race. But followed close behind right here is your green fi, and then your Timmy Va'a slightly behind. This is your 1 and 2 leaders of the open men, but we're just gonna take our time as we start realizing who's in what position and what paddlers these are, because like anything, we want to make sure we're calling the right names before we get going.
Sure, there's a lot of look
at this
pack. That's me. Micah's always correcting me, but there's still a lot of ocean in front of them before they even get to the halfway point. So
looks like none other than the man himself. That's Stevie Teotata right there in the green shirt with his Stevie Canoe there, and just outside of him looks like a fight. It looks like it could be CJ.
Yeah,
could be like a battle between the two. So it's got Kevin, CJ there, as well as Stevie Boy. The two of them, again, they're in the front part of the pack, but this is a typical style of racing for them. They don't necessarily come out guns blazing. They're not really always going to be right at the front of the pack, but they kind of keeping everyone within striking distance. But they know this course. These are two of your board members for this event. One is your president and one is your vice president. So
really?
The 1 and 2 right there of not only are they organizers of this Taho'e Va'a, but credits to them because, they're at the age where they're up and coming in their own respect, as they are some of the most winningest together for Te Aito and Super Aito in previous races, where they've dominated the field to the point where they are now hosting their own Va'a competition, and that's amazing because it takes a lot of the youth to step up and elevate the culture here, and we're just I can say it right now, just really proud of those two because, man, that's what we need. We need a lot of that.
Talk about leading from the front. How many folks that are like a president or vice president leading an organization and then participate as well? That's pretty rare.
It is rare, but you know what? The guys who really love paddling and love the community and really want to show the world kind of what it can be is the people that will step up and do it. And it's rare. But these two outstanding paddlers there out on the water, not only are they running a race, but they're also probably two of the best to ever do it.
Yeah. So they're running the race and they're running the race.
In the race, yeah. So they're in the running for the race against this whole field of elite paddlers. Again, on screen, we're gonna get to see a lot of incredible paddling here, but I mean, check this out. Another Tibby out on the water. Just, man, we're coming into that section where we get a little bit of that downwind. This is Kevin Tapi on here. Man, there's definitely some movement, a little bit, maybe more than earlier. I think the tide potentially could be filling outside of the reef, giving a little bit more action. And, you know, just awesome paddling here. You know, I definitely know this race is going to be extremely close. All the way to the finish, we're going to see a really close race. Not too much separation between the paddler in first and maybe the first 40 boats.
20, 40 boats. It's right there.
Yeah.
And so, like you mentioned, kind of like the last race as well, it's going to be a matter of just seeing how these paddlers deal with the different conditions. And the interesting thing is that they're going to be having the chance to deal with those conditions twice. So I wonder if they'll
make corrections,
attack it a different way coming the second time around, having maybe learned something.
Yeah, I think like anything, you know, you do it one time and you kind of get a chance to make your adjustments because you don't get to do that while you're racing. You just have to trust your instincts and your abilities. I mean, again, most of these paddlers that we see on screen, I mean, they've done this course multiple times. They've been along this reef, you know, hundreds of times, and they do know what they want to do before they get out there. So hopefully when they try it, it actually works for them. If not, yep, they'll make the adjustments. But, I mean, just right here on screen, we got Kevin Tapi just having looks like a pretty solid race. If the drone pans out, we'll be able to give you an idea of where he is to everyone.
He's pressing, though. You can tell him he's trying to serve.
Yeah, he's finding every opportunity to just kind of maintain the bumps and take as much yardage as possible.
Every go. Hey, so what's the update on our Castles Cup? Hopefully soon we'll be able to bring you some footage from there. We had our producer, Alex Reinprick, head down there with Kenji. And they are filming down, I believe, from the Elks Club, on the upper deck of the Elks Club, and from the Outrigger Canoe Club, down there trying to catch some video footage of the Castles Cup that we can bounce back and forth between our coverage of Taho'e Va'a. And so looking forward to try to give you a little bit of everything here this afternoon, hanging out with Ocean Paddler, whether it's on your our Ocean Paddler Facebook page or Ocean Paddler YouTube or on Adventure Zone Sports Network.
Yeah, here we got Tenaudi Wangpo on top of your screen here. Man, it's incredible. You see the amount of talent across the entire field is just, you know, next level. To get out there and take advantage of the conditions and racing against, you know, 300-400 paddlers is just a big feat all in itself. You know,
just getting out there and hammering for over 2 hours straight. That's a pretty high level of fitness right there.
Yeah, you know, most recently we were able to have a V1 race on the island sponsored by Keahiakahoe here on Oahu.
Right in Canoe Bay.
Yeah, it was a really fun race. I mean, conditions definitely nothing like this. We had about 30-mile-per-hour winds. You know, a little bit of a challenge. You know,
the downhill was fun.
7.5-mile course, which is not that far in any essence, but it's enough to get you tired. It's over an hour's worth of paddling, as we saw previously, which was only 8 miles. You know, so to go through that, you know, to see this is like, we're okay. We wish we were out there, you know, having a dream run at this, but very big, great footage here, as we do see here our leaders still out in the front. We'll get the updates on some of the names as TNT TV starts posting the names and making sure they have it correct. We'll be able to kind of fill it in, but check out this right side of your screen.
Wow, beautiful.
Pretty picturesque if you look at it.
They're kind of spread out.
Yeah, again, we've got about a half mile from the outside to the inside once again. Maybe a little less, maybe a quarter mile, but it's just where you could see that we've got canoes right across the line. Some took an outside route. You can see the flotilla on the outside, which is all the following, trailing escort boats, just kind of watching the race. And you got all of your paddlers kind of shuffled throughout.
It's strange. There's like a small bump coming from offshore, and then there's like this groundswell hitting them off their back rear quarter from outside.
Yeah.
And really, like, they're almost hitting close to 90 degrees of each other, and so that's going to be kind of a little bit of a challenge for these paddlers to be able to use what's there. You know, I mean, I think that offshore stuff is kind of more of an irritant, or maybe it has a lot to do with just the amount of boat traffic right now.
Yeah.
But that groundswell coming in is definitely kind of going behind them. And you see this paddler on your right, he's in the trough right there and kind of coming through, trying to use whatever the ocean is giving them.
Yeah, just here is a beautiful drone shot. If you've watched our previous coverages of some of these races, usually you start seeing a lot more texture when there's wind, whether it's about 25 miles per hour or just slightly under. You can kind of see where that swell angle is coming from. But right now we don't have much trailing swell. So I think at this point we just need to take advantage of what you get. But here on your screen, we're filtering into your leaderboard here. So again, this green Phi and this red and white Timmy have been kind of setting the standard right now as we keep moving in towards the back end of Taho'e Reef. We're only 20 minutes in, so we're 1/5 into our first lap here, and we've got a bunch of paddling to go. And some of us, might be watching on screen. It looks like they're just kind of, slow and steady, but no, they're really pushing.
Going at it.
Yeah.
So, Micah, I'm gonna play the role of the V1 novice, and you play the role of the V1 coach. Roles we're both pretty used to at this point. Wow, that's a nice little bump he's got there. So, are you changing up your stroke from your V6 stroke when you get into the V1?
Yeah, the V1 for sure. But here on screen we have Pirihao Tereva on his 5.3X, just having a great little bit section of a downwind.
Yes.
But kind of going back to your question, when you get on a V1, your style and your technique is kind of you. Whatever it takes to propel your canoe forward, as you visually are watching on screen. You see Pirihao here is just kind of smooth, just adding some pressure when it's needed by using the element. Obviously, we're talking about the swell pushing behind the canoe. You can see right now he's got good momentum. He's maintaining pressure on the boat. And you see his stroke is nothing like you would see in a six-man, where it's full body, a nice, clean front to back return. This is all about touch and go. It's corrective strokes on every single chance that he puts the paddle in, without slowing down the ball. So yeah, absolutely. Right now, the V1 is where you find your own style, your own technique. It'll be nothing like a six-man. You might see all of these variations, though, in seat number 6 in a six-man, and that's really what the V1 does for your paddlers. It allows you to steer the canoe from seat 6, and those are all the different types of variations of strokes that you would take in seat 6. So, yes and no. Yes, you're doing it in the six-man, but you might not be doing it in seat 1 through 5.
Right.
But if you're in seat 6, you will see pretty much all of those techniques used.
But it seems to me when I watch Tahitians paddle, and I guess your argument there explained it by saying for seat 6, but when I watch them typically in the six-man, they tend to be grabbing water a lot farther forward, right? They tend to be bending more at the waist, a little bit more of a twist, and kind of getting way out and grabbing a big driving stroke through it. Whereas when you look at the V1, the paddler is kind of more upright in the cockpit, a little bit just more of a twist and a feel, as opposed to a big body stroke where you're really burying that blade far up front.
Yeah, sure. And I could definitely agree with you on that. I think the more we watch paddling, the more we see the level of competition take off. And then if you really watch some of the top crews, you're definitely right. There's a little bit more of that, I think, grab in the front. But I think it's more a testament to everyone in the boat wanting to constantly attack and knowing when to back it off. And I think that's one of the benefits a lot of these paddlers have. Here's your top 10 right now currently in your leaderboard. And like we said, I think Taputea there leading out front. Tapu Tura and Tapu Ari'i there. Tuatea Te Raimano having an incredible year right there in number 4. Breeze also having a great year. Of course, Kevin and Hotu Poroi. I mean, all of these names pretty much mentioned. There is Keone Sopis, paddler from Shell, definitely one of those paddlers to look after, a little bit on the younger end, but also Teri Tua, and then, of course, Steve. Man, your top 10, I mean, all names we could have definitely mentioned. Some names maybe not put out there right away, but you just know the level of talent is always changing. Your top 25 elite paddlers, the elite list just goes on this thing to 300. That's how many elite paddlers are in this thing.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
for sure.
But it's cool to see that's your top 10, none other than, your two, actually, Hotu Puroy as well, being a part of that board. So you got 3-4 board leaders all in this race on the top. So, I mean, it's just incredible. Like we said, this is a race built by paddlers, for paddlers, but most notably all your champions that came together and just kind of said, hey, we do want to start off at, Point Venus. We want to start and finish there. We want to have a good race. And, hey, let's put together something. Let's get us all here. And that's kind of what they did. And it's incredible to see. And just looking forward to seeing what it's going to look like coming into that first turn buoy as we get into the pass.
And see how it changes, right, when you get on the inside.
I mean, we did see it on the last race where we thought there was quite a separation, and it really wasn't.
But at that point, they were going to the finish.
Yeah.
So they were going at it hard.
Sure.
So do you find, Micah, a lot of times when you introduce V1 to Hawaii paddlers, especially people that might not be steersmen, that they're trying to over paddle the canoe, or they're trying to muscle their way through it? Like, hey, you're a real strong paddler, but that's not what you want to hear from your coach, right?
Yeah.
You want to hear that you got great control or something different, right?
Yeah, I think that's true. I think paddlers here in Hawaii are definitely gravitating to the V1 a little bit more. I think the understanding is there was no secret to some of why the Tahitians have definitely had a little bit more dominance over the years. And, there's no secret. They basically would tell you it's because they paddle V1, they train very hard, and it's not saying Hawaii paddlers do not. But as far as the beginner paddler or novice paddler, I think it's a great opportunity to get them on the V1 early, so you can get a more full understanding of what paddling is more about. I think all of your quiver, whether it's an OC1, surf ski, kayak, surfboard at that stand-up, all of those different sea vessels can teach you something. The thing that we do learn is the V1 teaches you more than all the other vessels in a sense of paddling. So that's really the truth behind that part. But there on screen, you got Taputea leading the pack there in the green Phi there. Followed close behind was your paddler in the white and red Timmy. And it looks like Kevin is starting to kind of work his way into the top 3.
Kevin was 6 at our last check. He was in 6th place.
And Kevin is somebody. Oh, sorry, it does look like Tapueri'i. Yeah, sorry. Kevin was riding a white Phi, so that's a Tapueri'i right there on your screen. He's in third. Yeah, top 3 there. As we make our way towards the top 10, not too much of a difference. We saw this type of gap between George Kronstad and Lono in the earlier race. So, I think as long as you keep somebody within striking distance, you got a really good opportunity to make up ground. And paddlers such as somebody like Hotu Puroy, who's a great steersman and has steered teams like Air Tahiti for quite some time, is someone that is a good person to look at. Not necessarily the biggest in stature, but man, incredible paddler. But hey, guys, on screen,
look on our right.
What do we got there, Kalai?
On the right side of your screen, that's looks like a 4-man paddling out for the Castles Cup. I believe they're required to have 4 paddlers in there. Sometimes crews opt for only 3 paddlers in, as it really changes the weight disbursement in the canoe, where you get a little more weight out front, helping you drop in. But this looks like Jimmy Austin right there in an outrigger canoe. Maybe. I'm sure he put down a deposit on those Yakos at the front desk over at Outrigger. Oh, no, this is his. This is his with that blue front, red, white, and blue. And yeah, he's got only 3. Okay, good.
And guys,
so when you have a little bit more weight front, as far as 2 guys up front, it kind of helps the nose drop down the face of the wave. The drawback, however, would be that your steersman is kind of far up in the air once you catch.
I think we're going to see a warm-up surf wave right here.
Yeah, warm-up wave for him right here.
He's opting to kind of maybe spin it really quickly, face it into the surf line. Easiest way to get over a wave is straight forward like this.
Oh, but it can raise hell on your stroker depending on how steep that wave is. This one's coming in a little steeper. They're not going to take it, but you can kind of watch how this stroker is going to go whoop, bang, and sometimes they can really take one in the keister, you know.
Yeah, so
not that fun.
For those of you tuning in, right, Kalai, we're going to be showing both things going on.
This is a dual simulcast. It's like a simulcast and a broadcast happening at the same time. Look at that. Beautiful Waikiki. A little bit cloudy today. We've got a north, we've got a storm 100 miles or so north of the islands kind of sucking up a lot of the wind, and so that's why it's so beautiful and calm out there today. What a really pretty shot of Waikiki, and hopefully we'll have some bigger waves coming in right now. It doesn't look as large as promised, but right now Jimmy Austin there steering that canoe. He is very experienced at this break. Long-time outrigger member. He surfs out at Old Man's and Castles and a lot of these breaks, you know, all year long whenever there's a little bit of a south happening. But right now he's kind of paddling out and trying to get there. So let's take a look right now at Taho'e Va'a, where the leaders are in this course, right at that turn buoy, Micah.
Yeah, so we're coming into that pass. That pass is probably maybe a good quarter mile. So you're going to come around the first red buoy, make your way towards the shoreline, and then we're going to run inside of the Arue Reef Lagoon area. This will give us a good idea of how much separation we're going to get for the front part of the pack. But it looks like we did have a small change in the leaderships there, as we do see the Timmy kind of passed this green fly, but on the outside we have another red fly. And I mean, all of these paddlers, again, top tier athletes, kind of battling it out here, trying to make their way inside of the reef. They do got to try to utilize some of that surf line that's available for them. But again, we're about halfway done from our first lap. So this is going to be a good opportunity to see this reef line here on this drone shot. For those of you viewing, you'll see on the left-hand side is the full screen view of the Arue Reef. You can see the outside has all the white caps. That's from your big channel going into the reef line there. And that's why we are watching. But here we go. We're going to take a look at this. This is your Jimmy Austin's crew steering right here. This is 3-man on a 4-man canoe, just having a good warm-up wave. But check this out. What a fun day of surfing here in Waikiki. And this is what it's all about for some of us today, as we see Jimmy catching a pretty fun one. This wave is known to be able to run, you know, as much as a minute and a half of just surfing. I mean, if you ever been out there, it's a long wall of water, just comes into the channel. But man, Jimmy having a fun one with the boys here.
Oh yeah, and you know that's the great part about the 4-man is that it can run for a longer period of time on a wave that's not necessarily breaking, because you have that extra power of your paddlers that can kick in at any time, right?
And it looks like as well as seat 1 is none other than Spencer Allen. We did call Spencer, actually been to Tahiti, took second in the U16 Teaito event previously this year, past year, and you know had a good go again at 2025. But it looks like Jimmy and Spencer tag teaming over there. Couldn't get to Tahiti to race for Taho'e, but I mean having their own adventure today outside.
Oh yeah, and what an
Castles.
adventure that is out there. You know, you kind of just get together with your crew. You don't know if you're going to wipe out. It's kind of a much different feel than what you're seeing on the screen here with Taho'e, where you're racing and there's competitors right next to you and you're going all out. that canoe surfing, it's kind of fun. It's a little bit of a feel kind of thing. Where are we? What's going to happen? And can certainly be more treacherous. You can easily take a big wave, wipe out, break parts of your canoeing, like your yakos and stuff, and be being helped in by the lifeguards on a jet ski. All of these paddlers probably are wearing fins on their feet while they're paddling, so that in case they get ejected, they can tread water and help themselves. It's easy to think about them getting a yako or an ama on their head. And that's a 200-pound piece of fiberglass that you're rolling around in the whitewash with should you wipe out.
Yeah.
So it's no joke. It's certainly more of an adventure and an experience. And let's see if we can pull this off, boys, kind of thing. But, hey, when you've got guys like Spencer Allen in there and Jimmy Austin, you're probably more than pulling it off.
Yeah, definitely. And it's really cool to see. We're on different parts. We're on the northern part of the Pacific, and then the southern part. I mean, look at these.
This is a classic juxtaposition, and you know what? Yet all these people are Va'a people,
Yeah, I mean, we all share the same type of passion of being out there, whether it's competing or surfing. But currently right now we've got a big mahalo to TNT TV for providing this simulcast for us to cover the Taho'e 2025 hosted by Ocean Paddler TV on this simulcast.
Yep.
So,
mahalo, Olivier, and the entire crew at TNT TV for letting us simulcast this coverage. This is the world's largest V1 event, and big mahalo to this quality broadcast from them. They've got cameras on the boats. They've got drones working and some of their own people there. I wish I could speak French or Tahitian at this point and hear what Sister is saying there. But also, big mahalo out to Are Tahiti for their support to make this simulcast possible. And so as we have Castle's Cup on your right side of your screen and Taho'e Va'a on the left, it's pretty exciting to watch this them come in. They're coming around this next little pillar here, making that turn.
I mean, there's a canoe.
Look at how many.
There's a canoe the entire way for about close to at least
a mile, right?
At least a mile. I mean, you've got front to back, one tail to the next nose, all the way back into the channel. There is a canoe everywhere. I mean, this is incredible. This is really just wow.
And really, Mike, with the quality, the depth and the quality of paddlers that are there today, easily the top 15 to 20 canoes could win this thing.
Oh, yeah. I think you could go and say as far as being maybe in 20th to 25th place has a really good shot at winning or medaling. I mean, it's anybody's race at that point. But we're just giving you a quick update here on both sides. We're going to be doing a little bit of in and out. We've got a pretty big south swell hitting Oahu. And then right here on the right-hand side, we've got none other than Taho'e Va'a happening right here at Point Venus, just outside of the main Papaete Harbor. This is a great battle, a great shot right here, kind of showcasing what they're doing. They're running the reef on the inside of the shoreline here. And these are the things that we talk about. This is the battle that needs to happen. The people are going to push the pace and try to create some separation. These Va'as are over 6 to 8 inches of reef right there. They're taking their chances. You kind of are gambling a little bit because, any little reef head could be higher than the next.
Hurt your paddle, hurt your boat. A whole bunch of different things could happen. But, hey, man, gamblers, you got to gamble once in a while.
Pay
if you
off
want to
sometimes, win. Right? And we did see another change again. So our leader of the pack running that green Phi lost the lead coming into the pass, regained it going out. So we're seeing a strong race here from that paddler in general, just trying to maintain, right? The goal is to obviously stay in front of the leader pack and just keep your endurance levels high. But I did see it look like Hotuporoi just on the heels or on the tail of that other boat, and as well as other notable paddlers on the list. We had, I believe it's going to be Taputea, I think, leading this group right here. Tupuari'i wasn't too far behind, as well as I think Breeze was just in the mix, just slightly back of those boats. And then, of course, we've got other paddlers trying to chase them down. We saw CJ and Stevie just not too far behind. So, I mean, right here, it looks like on screen, I believe this is going to be Taputea here, kind of holding on to this lead here.
Nice big twist, big stroke. Beautiful paddling by him. He's making it look really easy. You could, I definitely see the way in the V1 they seem to be putting a lot of pressure on the back half of their stroke, as opposed to in the V6 you're putting a lot of pressure in that front half. You know, kind of really making sure you get that grab and that bury off the front, where they're using the pressure off the back half to kind of help them steer.
Yeah, so a lot of times the closer you get to your body, the stronger you are in relationship to where the paddle is and where the body mechanics work. But if you look at it, you can see these paddlers. There's a lot of pressure coming off the back part of the boat. To steer, if you're looking at it as a box, everything behind where you're sitting by the waistline behind you, you can actually make a corrective stroke, a lot more pressure, and you can create a little bit more of that quick response versus maybe steering on the front, you know. So it's just kind of one of those things where we are just watching some really talented paddlers that can negotiate all of their corrective strokes.
Yep. So we just got an update on that Castles Cup. It seems like they weren't able to call up enough other four-man canoes in a short period of time, and so it's just our drone camera and Jimmy Austin and his boys out there having some fun that will be bouncing back and forth to amidst our coverage of the Taho'e Va'a here in Tahiti. But plenty of action going on screen right now, and look at.
So we got breeze.
Yeah, the press is so different. I feel like I want to change my whole stroke watching these guys. You know, like I feel like the stroke that I had is a more of a six-man stroke, you know, and what these guys are doing and what I've been doing in my Timmy are two different things. You know?
Yeah, I mean, currently on screen, I mean, we're seeing all of the skill set right here, right? Attacking on the front half and then moving its way back to your back half. I mean, you see these paddlers right here, just kind of toe-to-toe. If somebody's going to go, you better go too, right? It's like, you know, you got to trade. It's like boxing. You got to trade one blow for the other.
Well, and the other thing, too, is, you know, if that other Va'a pulls up to you with their ama on the right side of your canoe, now you are
forced to go on the other side.
Forced to go to only one side, paddling on your left, right? And that diminishes the ability that you have to control your Va'a.
Yeah.
Right? And so now you're going to want to either get away from that guy by going right or left, or by pulling away from them, you know, by paddling a little harder. And so there's a lot more to it. Why, Micah, might these paddlers be diverging? You see right as they came around that cat that there's like this divergence of course lines.
I think it's just reading the water. There's a little bit of movement happening, whether it's the tide pulling back out. So I think they're just chasing the line. If it's working, you don't change what's working.
Okay.
So I think there's always going to be that divergent. We've seen
like
it a little
CJ
bit
right there.
Yeah, it was CJ right there, and the white with the red Yakos there. And just slightly in front of him is, I believe it's going to be Teraimano in there as well. So, I mean, we've got, again, the best of the best right here in the leader pack.
I mean CJ won the Pahawaii earlier this year, right?
Yep.
He also did really well at Aloha Aito here.
Yes.
He did really well at the Aito in Tahiti.
He also did really good at Bora. Just incredible. A lot of talented paddling happening across the entire Pacific right now. As you can see, we do have, again, a big swell that's hit the south side. It's a little bit on the low side. I think we've kind of getting, maybe the tide came up a little bit, so we're just going to get, you know, a swell every so often. On the left-hand side here of your screen, we've got Taho'e Va'a happening, the V1 race. It's the largest one to date here.
Yep. On the right side, that's no longer Castles Cup, but it's just our man Jimmy Austin and Spencer Allen out there catching some waves off of the south shore of Oahu on a four-man canoe. So real quick, we're back here with Taho'e Va'a and just pressing the action. I would definitely say, Micah, that it seems like there's more texture on the water than there was in the last race.
Yeah, we see usually towards the later end of any kind of day, I think with the heat
just like in Hawaii,
coming in,
right?
yeah, the wind starts coming in, and it actually is pretty helpful for a lot of these paddlers. The tide looks like it's switching pretty rapid.
It's filling in.
So with that, you kind of get a lot of this movement, and these paddlers are taking advantage because they're making their way back to Point Venus, where they will turn once again and do one more complete lap. So again, you see your time up on the upper hand left. It's about 44 minutes. Last race took about 1 hour and 10 minutes to complete for first place. So it's pretty cool.
Here goes Jimmy and the boys. Missed that one. There's usually going to be one right behind. Maybe they can get on this one. Seems like Jimmy's aiming for the shoulder a little bit here and be able to just kind of turn it right there and drop into that pocket. Here he goes.
Yeah, this should be a good
nice.
one.
Come on, Spencer. Dig, Spencer, dig. I think he needs a little more weight up front. Spencer's got to eat a few more Scooby snacks. That boy only weighs about $120 soaking wet. Got to put somebody. Remember, he had Ikaika Harbottle with him one time.
Front.
Ikaika Harbottle's, probably 6'2", maybe.
Pretty
at least
much
maybe
bigger,
2
burly
Yeah,
guy,
that's how you make the nose drop down. Although Spencer will paddle for you all day into the next day.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, just really cool to see. I mean, there's a lot of action happening. Again, we're just doing coverage of the Taho'e Va'a race in Tahiti. Just really awesome. We had our first lap is almost commencing. We're towards the 45th minute of our 2-hour-ish race. We've got a strong group of paddlers out front. Your top 15, absolutely anyone can win it at this point. We still got a good another 9 to 10 miles left to go. So just really exciting.
Yep. I hope those guys on the right have impact vests. For real, bro. I mean, you don't think about how you can just get conked on the head by that ama coming around. Here's another one. Not quite. Good call from Jimmy. I can hear him. He's talking. He's probably not there. To the left, to the right, this, that. Spencer's trying to hear what he's saying. I'm curious who that is in 2 with the GoPro on the
helmet
head.
cam. Is so cool.
Helmet cam. There's going to be some good footage off of that.
Yeah, so there is actually a legendary surf wave that came in where Duke Kahanamoku actually caught a wave from here, made his way almost a mile down this entire Waikiki stretch and actually caught it all the way up to the sand. It's just incredible.
In front of Queens area, right? So kind of by where the Duke statue is now.
Yep.
So if you can imagine, and they say that the topography of the ocean floor in that area was different at the time and has been changed due to development. But there were sandbars in between here and the inside Baby Queens that allowed that wave to keep breaking all the way into Queens. And as Micah mentioned, it was a legendary wave that he rode for a mile.
Yeah, here's your top 15 of your leader pack here. It does look like there's been a move made. Looks like Tuatea Teraimano kind of making his move here up on the front. He's won a various bunch of V1 races throughout this season. He's been having an incredible year. But it does look like Taputea here in the green canoe having a really strong race too. I mean, both paddlers, one is a Shell team paddler, the other one is paddling for OPT. Both crews and both individual paddlers right there proving why they're part of the best. I mean, to be up front like this is pretty incredible. This one is going to be, sorry, I didn't want to give the wrong name, but I do know Keone does use a Te Huritawa boat there, but right here, again, we're just moving towards the backpack here. This Breeze on screen. Breeze also notably just always in the top 5. Definitely has medaled a bunch of times. Ended up, winning a last race that we covered not too long ago, which was the Te Aito. I mean, just all these names, just incredible racing. Yeah, here's a good shot.
Here, and back to think about why, we talked about why the V1 works so well in Tahiti and why it's been a prevalent part, really the foundation of their canoe culture there. They've got lighter winds,
lagoons.
A lot of lagoons. They're not paddling in open ocean or have more opportunities to paddle in water not affected by open ocean. And then you talk about four-man surfing. You don't hear about four-man surfing a lot in Tahiti, and it's because their wave comes from deep water, hits this very steep ascent like a shelf, and it breaks, and a lot of the time the inside is like almost on dry reef.
Yep.
So if you weren't able to control a four-man canoe or whatever, you'd be scraped up and down the reef,
it'll
almost
be in pieces.
every other wave.
Yeah, it'll be in pieces for sure.
But in Hawaii, where you have more of a gradual shelf coming in and a lot of
sand channels,
where it's going from 20 feet deep to 4 feet deep over a few hundred yards, it really lends to a lot of these breaks in Hawaii, you being able to get out there and canoe surf it. And so it's kind of like, hey, when you are in a certain place that presents you certain types of conditions, you develop a sport based upon that. And so why the V1 is the deal in Tahiti, and maybe more so the OC1 here in Hawaii, because of our channel crossing races with a lot of wind and a lot of surf. But you also see the OC4 and canoe surfing be prevalent here and not so much in Tahiti.
Yeah, and it's just like that. So the good thing about if you're viewing this race, you can see the big differences. You've got a lot of lagoon outside reef breaks in Tahiti, kind of separates the outside surf into this inside.
Yeah.
Obviously, if conditions allow it, you'll see a little bit more of that swell and that kind of waves, if you will, but not like Oahu or even parts of Maui or Big Island, where we don't have any type of reef to protect us on the inside. It's just a lot of water running across, a pretty big channel, a small reef with sand. So you kind of have multiple surf breaks. You don't really have a trusty old lagoon,
right.
unless you man-make one. Which
and likewise, we have these massive mountains, Haleakala, Mauna Kea, Hualalai. They're huge. They are really diverting and controlling the wind angles as they come between the islands. And so that's how you get places like the northeast coast of Maui and Pailolo Channel, where that is the wind sports capital of the world. It's because of how the geography and the weather systems work together to create these certain types of playgrounds where certain craft really work and others not so much.
Yeah, and that's it. That's really it. And then looking back at this race right now, live, we have Taho'e 2025. They are rounding out their first lap or their first tour of 2 laps. Currently, that in the lead, we had Tuatea Teraimano. That was with the blue and white Timmy. He's actually currently in second place right now. Taputea in the green Phi, just leading slightly ahead. Just behind him, it was Darren Harbelow, who actually had a really good race last Taho'e. And then just slightly behind, we've got a whole list of different paddlers. We've got Putu Lister paddling that green, looks like the Marada there. And then we have Tapuari'i as well as Brees and
Here's
Hotu.
our update right here on screen.
Yep, so there we see right now Taputea just currently leading, Darren Harbelow just right behind, Tapuari'i, Te Maitaho, Tuatea in there as well. I mean, really, right now, your top 7, an extremely strong pack, but check this out. You've got your 7 in a pack kind of trailing like a train, and then you've got this small inside pack just trying to make up ground. So this is going to be really interesting as we round out this first tour or this first lap of this Taho'e race. Like I said before, I think we're going to see this pack stick together for the remainder of this race. Nobody's going to let up at this point.
Well, Michael, looking back at our previous update of the leaderboard that happened right about when they turned into the lagoon, if you looked at the top 10, there was Darren Harbelow was not even mentioned at that point, and whether that was a mistake, I'm not sure, but he is currently in second place. The other 6 paddlers in that top 7 were pretty much in the same location in that earlier posting. So keep an eye on Darren. He's having he had a really good race on the inside here.
Yeah, I've seen Darren was traveling a lot with Steve lately. He was in California a handful of times, racing up in the Voss series up there. So, got a little bit more exposure to the international side. But currently, you know, we do see him having a really good race. I did note him in last year's results, having a really good goal, top 10 in there as well. So pretty cool to see. We've got a battle with like what we see like a train, kind of a follow the leader. Then we got this small pack on the inside of 4 canoes. So it's really cool to see. And I think that's it's kind of like when you watch you know, Tour de France.
I just was thinking the same thing. Man.
It's like ESP right now.
Yeah, ESPN. You know, get ESPN,
you know,
guys.
Too. But with that, it's just like you gotta find ways to stay relevant in the race. And you know, sometimes being just that person alone is not the way to do it. You kind of lose a little bit of that drive and motivation to keep on with again the being in the present, right?
What you don't see though in juxtaposition to the Tour de France is that you don't see teams of paddlers working like teams of cyclists. And if you did, think about
it would be
what that might, whether there was you added on top of second layer to this racing, whereas you entered with a team and how you finished overall would matter. That would be really interesting.
We talked about that leading up for maybe a series with Hawaii. Don't want to go off a little bit too much, but just feeding off of some of the things you're saying. I think in Hawaii, we're seeing the growth of V1 absolutely looking to look somewhat like this. We didn't really have, I'd say, 300 coming off the line, but we actually had notably 106 V1 racers in the Aloha Aito in just one of the divisions. So with that alone, just gave us the concept that we're doing really well in V1 here in Hawaii. But if you're not tuning in and seeing this, I mean, you're missing out, because this right here, really, if you want to be I don't want to say if you want to be a good paddler. I think if you want to be a paddler in the present and find out what you're made of, this is the kind of things that you need to do. You need to see this level of paddling. If you're a young athlete aspiring to beat the top teams in Molokai, well, guess what? This is what they're doing.
Yeah.
You're training the way you're training, which is fine, but this is how they're training.
I would say though, if you're gonna attempt to be really serious about your outrigger paddling, of course the first step is to graduate out of the V6 only and get on an OC1. But if you want to take it to the next level, you commit to the V1 and really, it's gonna get you better overall.
Yeah, I will say, if you look at kind of just the standard, I think OC1 you can benefit again learning certain things.
I think it helps people learn how to surf.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
For sure.
That's one of the benefits you can have is getting out there, feeling the surf, and, maybe you're not paddle steering, but you definitely can understand what the wave is doing for you.
When the nose drops in, you get that feeling.
And then you, of course, migrating into something else, maybe a 3-man canoe, and then learning to steer.
But even just the fact of an OC1 allows you to get out and train without waiting for 5 other people.
Oh, for sure.
4 other people, right?
For sure. Yeah.
And you can do it all year round and not just regattas and distance.
Yep.
But really, indubitably, I've been waiting to use that word. Indubitably, the V1 which just basically means without a doubt.
Without a doubt. The V1
it's a fancy way of saying without. Those English, they'll come up with something to make it sound fancier. But no, indubitably, the V1 really takes it to another level of feeling and
I was going to say
take your paddle to a whole nother level.
Here we see Jimmy and crew. Maybe going to get this
one. There you go, Spencer.
And
you got him down.
They are flying. Ooh.
You know what's one of the amazing parts about this is that the steersman, look at how much spray is going in his face. And you can see him kind of like trying to shake his head out of it. And so he's trying to watch this thing where to go, and the guy in 2 is trying to tell him, it's like, how about if you just paddle and help me get down the wave? But Jimmy can barely see where he's going. Right, and imagine even more so.
Oh, let's go!
Yeah,
that's a great
shot. What a shot! Beautiful. But he can't even see where he's going with all this spray happening right now, and so a lot of it's just happening by feel.
And if you guys
now, Jimmy bounce.
If you guys are
Jump
watching
it, Jimmy.
this
Nice wave, boys. Beautiful. But really, it is so hard from that steersman's position to be able just to see where you're going and navigating. And if there's other people like on surfboards or other canoes out there, you're just going to smash these people. And, you don't even know because the guy in the back, literally, you might as well close your eyes and just hold on.
Yeah.
And imagine this is dead wind conditions, right? So if you had offshore and all that spray is just pelting your steersman, like it's so hard to know where you're going, and really, I give them credit. You almost want a mask and a snorkel back there for real, and like maybe some windshield wipers.
We're gonna have to let him know. We're gonna have to get a mask with a windshield wiper for him. No, that was awesome. I mean, we got to see a little bit of that drone footage as we seen. It didn't look like it was much, right? And then as soon as we did the land long lens, oh man, you can tell it's definitely
a sizable wave. When you look straight on down, it's like that's not that big of a wave. And no, it's not a steep and breaking wave, but you got to imagine at the angle that canoe is facing downhill in that wave, that's 22 feet long. That's a big piece of equipment right there. It's a big piece of equipment, and those guys definitely look like they're having a blast. I don't know who the guy in 2 is, but he's all up in Spencer's ear the whole time. Paddle harder, paddle, go on,
guarantee. No, but that's really it's so exciting to get out there and surf in conditions like that, and if you haven't done it,
fun.
You better call up Jimmy. He might take you out.
Jimmy is canoe surfing tours.
No, but on the left-hand side, we do see all of our paddlers. Again, we're coming up to that 1 hour mark. It's just steady, continuous paddling, continuous pressure. The leaderboard looks like it's relatively the same. We do see Taputea still out front. We did see Tutea Teraimano just on the inside, closest to the shoreline, in the blue and white Timmy.
Look at that coastline, though. That could be like Oregon.
It's incredible.
The way that the rocks look.
And, it does.
The foliage, stuff like that. You could easily tell me that you were in some parts of the northwest on the coastline there. But yeah, this pack definitely. We got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We got about 13 boats in this little top pack right here. And any of these guys have the skill and the depth in their paddling to be able to win this thing, but we're not even halfway.
Yeah, and then on top of that, we've got even Lister coming up in 3 in third place. He kind of was a little bit back, but started making his way up to the front. We do say Hititua started to make a move. He actually worked his way up into the top 10. As well as Darren is still up there. So Darren paddling Taho'e Taho'e. Was kind of in second, third place, coming around Arue Reef. But now that we're making our way back to Point Venus, I mean, look at this. We've got a train of paddlers in the front pack. Everybody just drafting the other one, just keeping everyone within distance. That person in the very back of those 12 paddlers can easily work his way up to the front. It's so much time.
Sure. So 13 boats right there. Now, they're kind of paddling real tight in a pack like that. I mean, I haven't had a lot of V1 racing experience. Is that like frustrating for you?
No,
as a paddler to kind of be right in there and guys forcing you to paddle on the other side and it's all over the place.
I don't think so. Not when you're at this level. I think when you're at this level of paddling, I think there is a sense of comfort. These paddlers all know what they're doing. It's not like you're following people that don't know how to paddle. This is just a way of being, again, just relevant and just trying to keep your paddling together.
When you're kind of racing on, a track, so to speak, like this, if you look at the way it's laid out, it's very different from like Hawaii, like channel crossing, right? Because everybody's tight off the, that first maybe half a mile,
and
everybody just spreads to the wind because it's a straight line. You're not returning to the same point. It's point to point, and everybody's gambling on a different course direction or how they think the tides and currents are going to work. And so you're kind of out there all alone most of the time, where these guys are up tight next to each other, like neck and neck, bumping amas. It's a different kind of racing.
Yeah, and you'll see that even in Haviki Nui. You don't really see much separation, even if it's channel to channel. A lot of it is still following the same pack. I mean, to kind of put it in perspective, I think you're right. This is like this type of paddling is awesome. But we just saw in the lineup, we just saw Hiti Tua. We also see Keone Solpis right there. Just in front of him, we had Hotu Poroi, and not too far behind. I mean, we still have a lot of our top paddlers slightly behind. We have Blanc, CJ, Kyle Tarafao not too far behind. Tuteari'i pretty close behind. So I mean, it's coming down to lap number 1. We've still got a whole nother hour of paddling. I mean, to be 1 hour in and be this tight, just kind of shows you where the endurance level is at for each one of these paddlers.
Oh yeah. Do you predict it's going to kind of like half itself or quarter itself at a certain point?
I don't think so. I think when we look at this group of paddlers, I think we've called enough races and we've seen enough of what it would be like. I think if we had more of a downwind section with more waves, more energy, I think the race would be separated quite a bit.
Kind of similar to Taho'e, where they have that big outside section. They go all the way down to the harbor. Right?
Yeah, they had a lot bigger of a swell where they were outside of the main reef.
Right?
And I think that's where the separation happened. A race like this really comes down to not making a mistake when you have the opportunity to run a little bump, or just use your endurance and your level of fitness to outpass somebody. But I mean, right here on screen, I mean, I could say, I mean, look how clean and smooth of racing we have. It looks like that's going to be Hiti Tua battling with Keone Solpis there on your screen. But when you pan out from the drone view and to this side shot here of this official boat, I mean, check this out. We've got, again, Tuatea out in front, followed by Taputea there, and then just outside of him, Lister just trying to make moves, right? Your first lap in, you kind of want to be that guy who's like, okay, I'm setting the standard again, I'm setting the pace, get around my first lap. I mean, this could be the difference on how to break people. Like you said, if you want to create that quartering or halving, you're going to have to do it when you get a chance to. And if it's now, then you do it. But, I mean, again, you're talking about trying to outrun the best of the best, and being in that group is really showcasing how talented and skillful every one of these paddlers are.
Look at that train. And I really, I'm anticipating that this race really comes down to that last, I guess, quarter or eighth of the race that's going to happen on that inside. It's who is going to say to themselves either they've got the grit or the conditioning to be able to just shift gears that last maybe 2 miles of the race on lap 2.
Right, and I think when you say that, you can almost envision it, right? You're coming around on this second lap. You know what you did on the first one. You know what felt right, or you know what might have not worked for you. So I think you're gonna try make a change potentially. And if you do, then you go for it. If not, this is what you get.
Well, on the left screen, it looks like we may be having Jimmy and the boys
I think they're
trying
gonna
to
give
get
it a
in
go.
on another one.
And
not quite.
Backed it off. I mean, you can see it's just been epic conditions out there. It's offshore.
Really?
There's no wind. There's definitely a swell. Finally, one more surfer out there with Jimmy. Usually on a really, I would say an aggressive swell where maybe it's every 22 seconds you're getting a set out of like 6.
Mm-hmm.
Right now we're seeing the lulls. It looks like it's probably close to like every couple of
typical
minutes
south
you'll get.
swell,
Yeah,
right? Yeah, coming
a lot of
energy
lulls
from way down south. Hey, we're going to take a quick break here as we continue to watch some canoe surfing and some Taho'e Va'a from Tahiti. We're going to take a quick break to thank our sponsors, and we'll be right back with continuing coverage of Taho'e 2025. It's the Taho'e Va'a from Tahiti, brought to you by Are Tahiti. Mahalo to TNT TV and the organizers of Taho'e Va'a. And by Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to making outrigger canoe paddling a spectator sport. If you live in the islands, your keiki or teen are no stranger to ocean sports. But have they tried outrigger paddling? With roots in Polynesia, people journey from island to island in canoes. There's nothing like the thrill of being at one with the water. Keiki and teens will meet new friends, gain a feeling of accomplishment, and have a lot of fun. And parents will be proud, cheering on their every effort. Outrigger paddling is easy to learn, and you can enjoy it your whole life. They'll experience ohana va'a, being part of the Outrigger family, with role models like Hawaiian kupuna, Uncle Kimokeo. It's time to test the waters. Let Are Tahiti find you a club or a coach to help your keiki take this inspiring journey.
For me, it's a Ferrari, this canoe. The V1 teaches you a lot. It can be a boat for beginner because when you're beginner, you don't expect nothing from a boat. You will learn with the boat. So the Marara is a boat for everyone. It's a boat who can increase the glide like very high. You can, in 2 or 3 strokes, you can improve like 1 or 2 kilometers. So that's why I love the Marara.
Get yours at shopoutrigger.com.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Il faudra assimiler bien assimiler ce gel pour avoir des forces. C'est important d'avoir des produits pour se booster. On a fini avec le temps des citronnades, le temps des petits sirops de grenadine. Donc là, il faut un peu plus de booster et c'est ce qui s'est passé avec Tuatea qui a pris son gel. Mais Taho'e, regardez Taho'e Pirato qui ne lâche pas, qui justement continue sa course sans prendre de gel. Là, il va falloir gérer Taputea, Tehetia juste derrière. Et puis attention, ça remonte encore. Donc à l'arrière, avec nos champions tels que Hotuiterei, Porei, Darren Arbulo. Regardez cette petite remontée avec Hotuiterei, Darren Arbulo. Suivi de Territoire Tefato, Keoni Sulpice. Voilà, Keoni Sulpice qui est 7e dans cette course. Mais attention derrière, Kyle Tarofo à la 8e place va tenter d'aller chercher Keoni Sulpice. Et ensuite, il faudra aller chercher Territoire également, Territoire Tefato. Regardez comment se place ces seniors hommes, ils se placent à la queue leu, comme on dit. Donc c'est justement pour pouvoir gérer et ne pas laisser partir l'autre devant. Kyle Tarofo à l'aise avec sa feuille vert fluo, son maillot qui va avec. Donc Kyle qui va tenter bien sûr de maintenir ce maillot jusqu'à l'année prochaine. Il est accompagné ici de Brice Punua Tahitoa, mais aussi d'un autre copain. C'est certainement donc un autre rameur dont on va chercher le nom. Derrière lui, Tapuari Tamaiti Tahio remonte également. En tout cas, c'est un combat imminent qui va se produire là dans les prochaines minutes avec tous ces champions du VA, des grands clubs surtout, pour pouvoir nous donner le meilleur spectacle d'aujourd'hui. Olivier.
Merci en tout cas pour ce premier tour et toutes ces analyses. On a vu Steve Teshotahata passer avec 1 minute 50 de retard sur le premier. Ça va être dur quand on a 2 minutes au premier tour. Inatea, notamment pour Steve qui avait terminé 3e l'année dernière, qui l'a un petit peu décroché.
C'est vrai qu'une minute et demie, ça peut faire énorme, mais on sait jamais.
All right, and we're back to your Taho'e 2025. Currently on screen, we've been broadcasting both your race here on the left-hand side of your V1 race, and then on the right side, we've been showcasing our Castles Cup here with our surfing team, which is Jimmy Austin, Spencer, and La'Akea. So really cool to see. But just a quick recap on your first lap, first leg is going to be Tuatea from OPT, Lister from Shell, Taputea from Shell, and Darren from Pide. I mean, just the top level of paddling right now, Kalai. But
yep. Pinnacle up there in Tahiti. So right now what's happening, they're turning at what was the starting line and what will be the finish line. It's kind of an abrupt left-hand turn. You see some of them dropping a leg over the side to make that turn. I also saw some people like waiting out and handing their paddler some fresh hydration and stuff like that.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a couple of our paddlers had a hydro pack. A lot of these racers will have a hydro pack, to obviously keep themselves hydrated, just a little bit of liquid in the system. But we've seen one of the paddlers, right, doing a quick exchange there to fix the hydro
There's
pack.
Another one. There you go.
And it's just a replacement. Get a little bit of energy. The hydro pack might be done. Hey, just give me a bottle. Let me take it. I'll run with it. So, yeah, we see a lot of this, and it's really cool to see because here it's all about taking care of your paddlers, and this is what Taho'e is about. It's about, supporting all of your paddlers and racers, but, man, to have that is just, oh, man, it's incredible.
It's like everybody just kind of slows down coming in there. Like, it's weird. It's almost like a pit stop, like halfway. You know?
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go real quick out to Jimmy and Spencer and La out there. This is a wave that they just took at Castles. See a swell coming in there. 1 and 2 trying to work that nose down in.
This should be a good one right here.
So because they're taking a left wave, they continue to keep the AMA on their left. And Spencer is just trying to keep the nose sliding down the face of the wave, and a little bit of a pull off there. They weren't able to keep that one.
Hey,
I think Law's got to keep paddling, Bob.
Hey, man, I think they're still having a good time out there.
Yeah, they're having a really good time.
Only Canoe out there all alone. What a great.
Beautiful conditions, really,
Yeah, and then here we go. This is the race line right here. This is your first lap. You got a lot of your paddlers just circling around. They're going to be making their way to do lap number 2. We're 1 hour and 15 minutes in. Your first leaders of the group came in just after 1 hour. So, again, we're right on time to see a possible 2-hour finish. We're looking at just about 17 and a half miles of racing. I mean, just really good conditions. It does look like it's a little bit hot and sticky out there.
Little bit. It looks real hot and sticky. It's typical South Pacific weather. Yep. Not a lot of wind.
Humid.
It's probably easy into the upper 80s or lower 90s right now. And these guys are just drenching sweat out of their bodies. They're getting lactic. And that's why a lot of this rehydration and getting some electrolytes in them is really critical at this point.
Check out that big yacht in the background. We've seen that yacht look like it was in Hilo Bay a couple years ago. It looks like one of the same yachts that were out there just kind of touring all of the Pacific. But again, here we are. We're on lap number 2. Again, this is going to be your final lap. We're just hitting, again, that little texture section right outside of Point Venus where you start making your way to Arue Reef. So it's really, this is the part where we talked about if there's going to be any chance to make some separation, you might want to try to do it here. This is, again, where you see like a trail of ants. They start separating because now you start reading the water and you try to take what you can get. So you're kind of hoping it pays off. Like you said, Kalai, sometimes you got to gamble. Sometimes you might need to go out and try to find something, or you maybe follow the pack.
It looks to us like there's more texture, and for sure, but you don't know. Some of that may be, like the tide is sucking out, or there's backwash, or what might be happening in there that may not make it ideal for this surfing little run here. But, it doesn't look as consistent. It's kind of coming up and down, not like it was earlier, but they're still really close to Point Venus, and so as I get a little bit farther out and outside of that shield reef, outside of Arue Reef, it might line up a little cleaner as the reef kind of cuts out that energy from the inside.
Yeah, that's kind of what you hope for, especially like, reading the conditions. It shouldn't be too hard to read because it's obviously not so windy. It's not really like a big following swell. It's more about right now, if you if you feel it, you got to go for it. So sometimes you might not be able to see it. You just got to kind of feel that there's a bump happening. I got to react. And that's the cool thing about V1 is it is, when we say it's about being every stroke, being in the present, that's what happens. You don't want to miss it. But, I mean, we're seeing just incredible paddling. This is such a great event. You know, we got to speak to Stevie prior to the race and, you know, kind of how he felt. And he was just really excited because, you know, it's just another year to get many of the champions together, to paddle together, and to support. I know that George, I believe he missed one of the other races, big one. So to be able to race this weekend has been really something he wanted to do. And
he did really well.
I mean, just incredible. You know, had a second place finish. We had some really great opportunities to see the young U19 group, Heitini. We also saw a few others, Hokipa doing really well, and of course, you know, Maya Campbell absolutely dominating the course. So we've actually seen Hitiroa have a handful of really good races. I do know that he was at the Bora race. I was hanging out with a group of them out there, and man, just really cool to see all of these paddlers. Definitely somebody to watch as well. Can get up into the top 15,
Man,
top 10.
These guys from the South Pacific, you know, after the races, Paul, they really know how to just like hang out and chill as a group. You know, they're all just still friends, and it's really cool, the feeling of community that they share as just watermen. You know, how they can kick back and just bust out the Tahitian ukulele and just start going at it. There's nothing like it, the Hinanos, and just going to town. Good fun. Good fun. They know how to enjoy themselves.
Yeah, so even just like watching this, you know, being a paddler, you know, you see, I mean, they almost all look identical, really. You know, the reaction that we see them attack the downswell, you know, smooth it out and get a little bit longer in the stroke and then come right back in and engage. But even this, right, you're an hour and 30 minutes into paddling. You've got a good 45 plus minutes left to go. It comes down to a lot of things, right? Your endurance level, hydration levels, your nutrition, just paddling in general, you know, especially based on, like we said, you look, I look on screen. We know it's hot, humid.
Yep.
We're like, I'm feeling it for them.
With the heat of the day, the intensity level they're paddling at, and the amount of time, there's got to be a lot of lactic acid going on in these muscles. These guys are going to be cramping. But like you were mentioning earlier, these guys will get up today, paddle, you know, whatever, 17 miles. Tomorrow they'll go to practice and or, you know, paddle 20. You know, they do this kind of thing all the time.
Yeah, I think that's just watching all these paddlers, you know, again, they look like they, you know, are how it is. It's an hour and 20 minutes in. Now it's a little bit more of, okay, I've done this before. Okay, let's just stay on, keep everybody within range. Especially if you're in the leader pack. A lot of times that's the part where we were talking about earlier. I still think the leader group, as we come into the pass, you'll see it tighten up one more time. And then it's going to come down to the last eighth of a mile, and we're going to see who's got it left in the tank. That's many races like this on the V1 have won by that.
What I like is that, you know, coming into the first, the culmination of the first lap or the first half of this race, there were 13 paddlers in your lead pack. I mean, that's unheard of. The level across the board is so high. There is no real dominant figure in this, as you would, you know, like how Jamie Mitchell was with
surfing,
with paddleboarding and stuff like that, you know. But right here, there's just this pack of them that are all at that level.
No, and you kind of, you know, you're right, because we mentioned it right before the start of the race. We were throwing out names, and it was like, why would we just throw out those names? But really it's because those names have come across the leaderboard so consistently, and it wasn't just like 3 names, it was like 15 right off the bat. It was, you know, 18 different things, this name or this person, because every single paddler here has the capability to take it to the next level, but in an elite group like this, you know, there's really no taking it to the next level. A lot of it could be just based on conditions, and somebody got a better line just for a little while, and that's what created the difference. But that's kind of what the testament to these paddlers and how much time they put in on the water. And man, this it's impressive to watch on screen. It's even more impressive to watch in person. So, big hats off to all of these paddlers to kind of go out there and try to become the next Taho'e champion. And, just for many years to come. But, wow, just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, just as somebody that's trying to improve my own V1 game, I kind of am really taking a look at just the stroke and the body posturing. They're way more upright than I had imagined.
Yeah, without being
the
lean.
reach of that of the paddle where the blade is going in the water in comparison to that yako, you could easily reach all the way forward and almost hit that yako. This is Kenny Poroi, but a lot of it is just right at the front of the cockpit.
Yeah, it's again, it's being comfortable in the reach. Don't need to overreach in a V1. The boat is moving. All you need to do is apply pressure when needed. When they do decide to up the rate and attack on the stroke, you do see that slight lean, but it's never out of place, right? It's always within reason. So moving forward, we're seeing right here Kenny having, just kind of a clinic for all of us that maybe are learning to paddle.
Beautiful paddling.
I mean, just see this, like, little bit of a bump here, the boat is reacting fine. There's no need to change what you're doing. Add pressure, maybe attack this next one, things like that. You can just, it's all about feel. And like you said, there's not much, it looks like no effort.
One of the more obvious elements of a stroke that were brought up to me as a paddler by coaches and other people that were in possession of knowledge, especially when the Tahitians first started coming to Hawaii and winning the channel, was the release and how nice these Tahitian crews were with their release, that back eighth, just that back few inches of the stroke where they're coming out of the water. And it's something that you can work on, but it's going to be hard to develop naturally if you're only paddling 6-man. But here, because they are always using the back half of that stroke, as you mentioned earlier, the most effective place to put pressure when trying to guide the canoe is from the back half of the cockpit, right? More or less. That's how it seems to me now, watching this and really kind of studying what Kenny's doing here, is that's where they develop that release, because you have to be able to let it go so efficiently without causing drag, where in a 6-man it's hard to feel it because you got 5 other guys doing something and you got a big canoe. But if you're in this and you're just you're gonna figure that out.
Yeah, you're gonna have to figure out what feels good to you and what works. But you also think there's got to be within reason, right, of the best of the best. So when you look at the top 15 and you kind of find out and you start watching visually and you start applying some of that skill set to whatever you're capable of doing, it definitely changes your game and your mindset.
Which is, to me, one of the best things that this whole experiment of Ocean Paddler and live broadcasting paddling has been able to give to our community is like free study videos. Before there was YouTube, you were able to kind of watch our races, whether it was Molokai Hoi or the Queen's race, or now it's these V1 races, and you can kind of just sit here with a couple of your mates, as they would say in Australia, and kind of pick apart what these top guys are doing. It's not rocket science.
No.
It may not be something that occurred to you on your own or that your coach knew enough to tell you. But if you really kind of know enough and start kind of thinking about what they're doing different from what you're doing, it's a tremendous learning tool.
Like people that love paddling or are a part of the paddling community, they don't sleep. It's like it's one of those things where you're constantly, if you love something, if you're gonna put in a little bit of effort, but the best time to learn is just sitting around with guys like yourself that love paddling or talk paddling, and just talk, because you can learn a lot just by having a conversation. And I would say a lot of novice paddlers don't spend the time to just listen. A lot of times they just see out there, like, I need to get in a canoe, I just want to paddle. But you learn way more sometimes just by sitting down talking about paddling.
And they get in the va'a and they land, and I
Clicks.
am more guilty of this than anybody. They get in the va'a, and then the experienced guy or the coach looks at them and goes, "Wow, you're a really strong paddler." And that's not the thing you want to hear. It's like, "Wow, you're really strong." Yeah, which basically means, in so many words, is you're putting way too much effort into this thing. Right?
Yeah, he's a brute guy.
That's where you
solid.
build fitness, right?
Yeah.
Is trying really hard off the top.
Let's check this one out. Let's see if Jimmy can
I don't
sink
think
one
this
in. No, not possible. Yeah, but beautiful conditions out across Hawaii and the Pacific today. On screen, we did try to get some surfing coverage here from none other than just outside of Castles. But really, the big show today is we're an hour and 30 minutes into our race here. This is your Taho'e race, starting off at Point Venus, back to Point Venus, a 2-round lap here for your open men. We've been watching some really good battles go down. That front pack has absolutely been a spectacle to watch for all of the viewers. But, man, they must be pretty tired right now.
Very tired.
We were talking about it maybe a little bit earlier. Conditions look a little bit like the really hot and sticky. Doesn't look like much in the form of waves or energy. But these paddlers are doing the best they can to make the use of whatever's out there. But you can see, I'm sure you could feel it more than you can see it. But you see those little darker lines coming through.
Yep.
That's a little bit of those swells that they're trying to chase after. And just every little bit on a V1, you can feel it. And they're all making the best of it.
Yeah.
But
it's a very sensitive piece of equipment.
I was going to say, this is your top pack right here. We had a 13 line of paddlers. You could see the separation. It's no longer
There's still
nose
12,
to tail.
12 canoes right there on the screen.
Yep. So it's not tail to tail or tail to nose anymore. But I guarantee you, when we come inside of Arui Reef, we're gonna see that lineup of trains of canoes to actually come together. So we've got probably close to maybe give or take a mile to the turn buoy. That mile to the turn buoy is we're gonna see these boats converge. We're going to see them try to battle it on the inside. So this race is going to come down to the last eighth of a mile. We're going to see a pretty exciting race. I'm going to go out on a limb and say I think we might see in the likes of Hititua start pulling up front, as well as Tuatea out front as well. And I think we see Lister Putu having a really good race there. I'm not too sure if anybody else fell off. I know Hotu Poroi was out front as well as Brees. But as we come into this bigger pass, this is going to be awesome. But I'm going to go out and say I think Hotu Poroi is a sleeper. I think he's one of those paddlers that I mentioned earlier that's going to have a good race. I think we might see him make his way up to the front of the pack. But I do think Taputea is having a good race from before. He was leading the pack for the entire first part of the race. But, man, again, we said it. Your top 12, 13 paddlers, it's anybody's race. Anybody can win it.
For sure. And you know what? At this point in this surf, in this texture, I'm always floored by how effortless these guys make it look. And just as we were talking about being a strong paddler, it can be very frustrating the first couple of times that you get on a V1 and getting it to go where you want it to go. And as a coach for Rudderless Hawaii, what are some of the key little gems that you tell your paddlers that are kind of still getting used to how to make this thing go where they want it to go without a rudder?
Yeah, I think like anything, if you're new to paddling and you join a program, I think one thing is just to believe in everything that you're being told to you, and a lot of it is the patience of paddling.
So basically you're telling me is that you tell them, listen to me.
Pretty much.
Rule number 1, listen to me. If anything else happens. Rule number 2, refer to rule number 1.
No, I do. I think a lot of it is just giving them constant motivation that anybody can do it, is be patient. But realistically, when you get in the tool, you got to ask somebody, what is your goals in paddling? Some people's goals are just to learn the craft and be able to do it recreationally with their family or friends. But then some people turn around and tell you, I want to become a better paddler. I want to become a more competitive person in the boat, and I want to make this crew or that crew. So one, they got to know what they want when it comes to paddling. And then you can put the effort in as a coach to them, so that way you can push them into something that they are striving for. But if they don't know what they want, kind of hard to give them a direction, so you just teach them simple stuff. So we teach them how to go in a circle first, and then how to go in another circle, and then we teach them a little bit of the skill sets that's needed to paddle a boat. But you got to ask them what they want first, because you got to know how much to, like my dad said.
That was very philosophical. I was looking for nuts and bolts.
Yeah, true. No, but like my dad.
You're right.
Yeah, but even then, right, somebody like my dad who's taught me over time, right, is, you can push someone or you can shove them, right? There's two different ways, right? So if you're going to push someone, you're not shoving them, right? You're pushing and you're gradually increasing the pressure. When you shove someone, you just push them, like you push them really hard one time. You shove them, right? So
God, this is all of a sudden becoming a TikTok video for parenting.
Hey, it works though, right?
Oh man, oh boy.
Yeah.
You can push them or you can shove them.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to use that one of my kids while I'm holding them down.
Yeah, I could either push you right now or I could shove you.
While I'm holding them underwater. Yeah. You want to be pushed or you want to be shoved? You tell Dad.
Yeah. Right here, it looks like this could be Manutea Mion. He's paddling the Viper, the Venom. It's they brought back this beautiful wood plank style canoe with the carbon finish, but it does look like we've got Manutea right there. Just incredible. Came back, became a 2-time Aloha Aito champion on Oahu. Looks like he's having a really fun run on the outside here. He's got the swell. He's got a little bit of that bump,
but you can really see in this size of water, you wouldn't be able to do this on an OC1.
No, not at all.
You wouldn't flow through this smaller energy on the OC1. The OC1's not that it's not built for this conditions, but it's not the same tool.
You'll get a little bit of that stop and go feeling versus a continuously running boat. And I think that's a huge understanding of why the feeling is different in a V1 than an OC1 as far as understanding what the real feeling of the water is doing. Because with a rudder, obviously, you got a lot of stalling happening. You got something in the water continuously the whole entire time.
Right.
So without any release, you can have the most perfect release in an OC1 with your paddle and stuff. It don't matter. You still got something holding you back. And
there's no flow off that backside of the stroke. And that's where these guys learn it. It's obvious. And it's really hard to pick up that feel, even in the OC6 when there's no rudder there either, right?
100%.
But if you do bring that to it,
next level.
Yeah.
But you're right, because a lot of these Tahitian paddlers more recently been getting on the OC1s and have been competing, such as CJ winning this past year, as well as the likes of Stevie coming down and doing really well, Hoatua coming down and doing extremely well. They all come from the V1 aspect, and OC1 is fun for them. It's just fun. It's they get out there and
they're surfing.
They just know how to react and when to react, and it's obviously proving to be quite an incredible thing. Now, trying to tell a Hawaiian who's been on an OC1 for a really long time, okay, let's go paddle a V1 and let's go dominate, kind of hard to do.
Oh, yeah.
It's not going to happen overnight, that's for sure. So these guys, it can happen for them overnight, going on an OC1. They can go from a V1 right to an OC1 and absolutely dominate you.
Well, and I was thinking about this own comparison in my head. It's, you can get a finished carpenter to frame a house.
Oh, yeah.
But to try to get a framer to do finish work on a house is not quite the same.
No,
it's not going to be quite the same.
Yeah,
so
right.
it's just different skill sets,
sure,
really.
Sure.
They're very similar. It's a lot of the same tools. You're still working with wood. You're doing a lot of the same stuff. But when it comes to the actual application of it, it's kind of a whole different mindset.
Yeah, I agree. I think right now Jimmy is just praying for some really big surf.
Jimmy, you got to put another quarter in the wave machine, Jimmy.
Maybe two.
It's still fun though, Abe. That's well, he is an airline
surfing.
pilot, so he must have a cool job. But hey, man, any day out there is
it's a great
having
day.
fun. It's better
great
than
day.
been your best day.
I do see some lines. We got some darker lines on the horizon there. here's your land shot. So definitely sizable. I mean, we do see
There's
a little
lot
bit
of water
wind.
moving in there.
Yeah, you see a lot of
plus with the incoming tide pushing.
Well, somebody just got railed right there on the inside and just got absolutely demolished by the whitewash. But I had to duck dive a little bit sooner.
You can see our drone right there. Looks like a wave coming in on the outside.
Here it is.
Let's go, Jim.
Looks like we got a chance.
Come on, Spencer.
Potentially 2 chances here for our Hawaii crew out here. Just trying to canoe surf. Maybe just not happening. But it does look like there's some lines coming in on the horizon. So hopefully we can get a good shot of them catching one more from out here. Looks like they're going to try to chase one of these down. They got a good chance to chase this one. So
get up some hull speed.
And backing off of there.
It's hard to because the frequency of those sets is kind of far between. And so Jimmy's trying to figure out where the peak is constantly and where he is. He's taking his landmarks. He's trying to make sure that he's in just the right place. And speaking of just the right place, it looks like based upon that shadow, they got a chance on this one. Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Oh, just a little bit too far out. Just a hand,
And you definitely don't want to be too far in either, Micah, because you're going to you don't want to, bury the nose and pitch pull that thing. Or, if it's too steep, you're not going to have control over what you're doing from the steersman's perspective. You want to be able to have a stretched out face of the wave that you're going to put that canoe onto.
Yeah, it's just really kind of fun to be out there, canoe surfing. It's a good chance to kind of go a little bit easy until you got to catch something. It's just really kind of fun to just be out there in the element. Got a little bit of an update. So again, we've got your looks like we've got just want to get you guys an update on some of our paddlers here as we are making our way to the inside of the pass. We're just running the Taho'e reef here down the line, but we do have some updates. It looks like Hotu Poroi actually took a little bit of the lead from the outside.
Nice.
Taputea, who's been in the green Phi, was leading all of the first lap, along with Darren, still in that 3rd to 5th place range. Lister, Putu is also up there. So it's just, man, these paddlers are absolutely, crushing it right now. So it's just kind of fun to see. I think we're going to have one right here. We're going to get a go at it. Looks like Jimmy catching one.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Finally getting this nice runner here on the inside.
Spencer and Locke here.
Got to bend it back a little bit down. They're having a good little line
really
here.
That
here we go.
inside angle really gives you an idea of how big it is.
It's definitely sizable in this sense. And right now they're trying to connect it to the inside right here.
So Jimmy's going to turn it back into the pocket a little bit here. Trying to stay in the steeper part of the wave and not kind of drift off the shoulder too much. He wants definitely to keep that nose downhill in the wave. That's just going to keep them going. And here he's doing a nice cutback right there, staying right in the
this is a
energy of the wave. But you can see that shoulder starting to stand up on his left, on the Ama side.
Go get it,
so
boys.
He's going to have to race that shoulder out there right now, staying in the steeper part.
Oh, you might lose this one. Got to attack that. As you guys can see,
nice ride. But that,
super fun.
Look at, as you pull back on the drone angle here, you can really see how far they came. I mean, it's a few hundred yards of surfing right there. They came from way outside where those lines and shadows are. So that's a fun, long ride.
Yeah, that was a great one. I think, reading waves out there is always so much fun, and that's definitely a skill set that needs to be learned. But man, on screen it looks like we've got both Lister and Kyle Tarafao right there just battling it out for the top 5 position. So this is your leaders pack coming inside the pass. You can see there's some surf.
Wow,
Lister having a nice little run. Looks like Taputea right there, right in front. But Lister just, caught a mean one. And he's surging right past him.
Look at that.
Yeah, this is the part where we're talking about they're all so good and so talented that even with running waves,
look
they're
at that
all
Mako
within
surf. It really wants to be in there. That Mako is surfing really good for him right there.
Yeah, that was a
Is
good
it a Morata or it looks like a Mako?
It does look like it could have been a Mako. We'll kind of have to see that a little bit closer, but If I'm not mistaken, it does look like potentially Hotu Poroi might be in the lead at this point. Once we get a little closer up view, I mean, dang, having a really good race right now.
God, continue. This is like watching States in Lahaina. It's so beautiful from the drone shots. Aren't we just lucky to be able to have this kind of coverage? Goodness.
Yeah, so right here is
Postcard.
Taho'e Pass right here. This is that big inlet here that you're seeing on screen. Again, we had a separation of about 12 to 13 of your top leader pack, and then we have another group just trailing slightly behind. On screen, we've got some of our three-man paddling here, our surfing team out there, just showing us a little bit about how big it is out.
Making their way back out. See
how
far they
outside
paddled?
is
It's far, but they came from far.
Outside is just draining off of that third reefish kind of location out there.
Seems like there's a pulse of energy happening with that incoming tide, but nice ride earlier from these guys, and that's always a constant when you are in a canoe surfing, right? You know, you got to be bailing the whole time. Even if you don't huli, you got to be ready to.
It's
all that water is coming in.
Outside is absolutely
that's a good sized wave out there.
Yeah. So for those of you that don't know, right now, you know, they're sitting out there. It's got to be at least on the very outside, probably a good 8-foot set will come through every so often. Right here on your right-hand screen, we're watching your 2025 Taho'e race. Again, a race built by paddlers, for paddlers. Just incredible turnout. Some of the best, I would say the best V1 paddlers in the world are at this race. It's the biggest V1 race on Tahiti right now. And, man, just incredible view. This is your Taho'e Pass here. I did get a little bit of an update from one of our officials on the water there. It looks like in the front was Hotu Poroi leading. Slightly behind was Darren. And then Brees was followed close behind. Tuatea dropped back just a little bit. And Taputea is just not too far behind. So your top 5.
Darren really kind of came hard that second half of the first lap of this race. So now we're in lap 2 of 2. And this is the same area where Darren was able to catch up with the top 10 of the pack and kind of make a move up the third position. And so he obviously feels comfortable on this inside area. And so we're going to see if he's able to capitalize on that and really start pressing on our leader, Poroi.
Yeah, this is, it's when you talk about the skill set and the levels that you need to be at, all of these paddlers still capable of winning this race. There isn't much separation between, again, your top 15 paddlers. With that being said, every canoe length matters from here on out, though. You cannot let too much separation happen between each of you because they're all so good at paddling that just 1-2 canoe lengths will be the difference. Looks like they were trying to give us a quick update on the U19 division and the Masters 40 as things did get settled there, but we hopefully will get an update for you. But I mean, really the story is Taho'e 2025, being built by the names like Stevie, Kevin, CJ, and Hotu Poroi, Hiti Tua, just a plethora of really strong names kind of tells us, the direction of where paddling is at. It's youth, it's young, it's got a really solid core group, and, it's just really incredible to see this race happen right here, right now.
For sure. And it looks like on the left hand of our screen, our boys out at Castles are making their way into shore. They heard that there was going to be the finish of this race, so they're trying to make it in so they can catch the last 30 minutes of the live broadcast of the Taho'e happening over there. And that's a natatorium on your left. Kaimana Beach right there with all of the coconut trees there, and just kind of to the right of those 4 buildings is where Outrigger and Elks Club are, and they're coming in the channel at Kaimana.
Yeah.
Definitely a fun day of paddling for these guys.
I came in
surfing.
I came into a race, a V1 race. Started off at Hawaii Kai coming into here, and I came around this corner, and it was not so big, but it was cracking right by that flag.
Yeah,
and it can. There's been some really good surf in this area.
Yeah.
It's always fun.
You can see the foilers out there every day, kind of maxing out every little bump that they can find at Old Man's and Tongs.
Yeah.
But back to the South Pacific, and as we are closing in on Arue Reef and Venus, we are Point Venus and the finish line of the 2025 Taho'e. We are looking for who is our leader pack right now and what's going to happen on the inside line.
Yeah, this is the part where the pressure is going to be on for every single paddler. The opportunity is kind of now. Now that you're on the inside, you have nothing to really worry about this entire race, whether it's the conditions or anything like that. No major wind or waves breaking on the inside. Right now, it's going to be the grind. It's going to be keeping the pressure on each other and trying to see who can break down the other paddler and just maybe walk away with a finish, or I would say a top 5 is definitely what you want to see. But man, can imagine you're an hour and 49 minutes into this race. Your lactic is definitely at its all time.
And now you got to press.
And now it's go time.
Well, and that all is just a testament to the level of fitness that these guys work on maintaining all year round. It's not like you mentioned earlier. It's not like there's a paddling season for these guys.
No.
They're just paddling all year long.
All year long. Usually,
for years.
Usually on a V1 for the most time. And if not, obviously training with your team for 6-man, whether it's in Tahiti. Not too many major races, if you will. Really, Haviki Nui is kind of the pinnacle of all of their racing. Molokai is kind of an afterthought for many of the clubs, as they're not trying to come here to Oahu or Molokai to Oahu to race. But you do have teams like Shell that's coming back to defend their title for, the 13th time or 14th time. It's just incredible, right? But here on screen, it does look like we've seen some separation. That looks like Brees right there in second. I do think that first place might actually be Hotu Poroi. Hotu Poroi has been a long-time steersman for Air Tahiti. I did see him on a new Va'a this year, but it looks like also, it looks like Kyle made his way up to the front of the pack from probably about 6th to 8th place. Now he's currently battling for 2nd place. And, man, like I said, this is anybody's race.
Hotu Poroi is having a great go of it today, man. And he doesn't seem to be slowing down one bit.
Absolutely one of my favorite paddlers to watch. Just a really good paddler with the skill sets that every steersman only wishes to have. So just really excited to see this man right here on your screen having a good go at it. He's currently paddling his Timmy Va'a, and just has a really clean style, has a lot of potential right here to hopefully come out on top. But he's getting chased down by 2 of the best paddlers in the sport, none other than Kyle Tarafao as well as Brees. Both, Brees is just making his way up. He was like in 10th, 11th place, got into 8th place, got into 6th place, got into 4th place. Now he's battling for 2nd.
Kyle was even farther back than him.
Yeah. Kyle was a part of that 2nd pack, not even with this first pack in the beginning. And, that's just Kyle for you. We've had this talked about before. Kyle has been known to, just kind of make his way to the front, and then when he gets out front, he doesn't let you beat him. So right now, to see this battle between both Brees and Kyle is just always, man, it's always fun to watch. But look at him. He's just trying to hunt down, his steering buddy here, because Kyle is the captain for Air Tahiti. Hotu Poroi is a steersman for Air Tahiti. He's right now trying to chase down his steersman and
Get
make
him.
it a practice right now.
He seems to be already
he's closing the
separating
gap
himself
for sure.
from Brees right now. He's pulled away by just a boat length, but Brees is not letting up. But he's looking really strong, as they all are at this point. Probably another 4 miles left to go here.
Yeah, I think less than that.
Less?
Probably just under 2.5 miles, I would say, because they came around the point. They're already making their way back. So you're looking at maybe 25 or so minutes left in this race, and I think we're gonna see a really big dogfight, and I will say it's going to come down to that last eighth to quarter of a mile. That's going to be the difference. But you could see the type of strength and endurance and stamina that Kyle has, and he's definitely chasing down Hotu. It's going to come down to seeing if Hotu can manage to utilize not only his technique but his endurance as well. But what a unreal shot. We got our drone shot here just to give you a reference to the amount of distance between the boats. We've got no more than 4 canoe lengths between Kyle and Hotu, but Kyle just tractoring his way to the front. He's managed to get within striking distance, probably no more than 2 boat lengths between him and Hotu Poroi. So he's chased down Hotu, literally walked right alongside him, and looks like he's going to walk right past. But I don't think it's going to be, that easy to get past somebody like Hotu, but he's making it look pretty unreal. This is what you call the race of all races. But I do think Kyle has a pretty good line. He actually was able to really just truck right past Brees, and now he's made his way right onto Hotu's right-hand side, and he's probably going to, at this point, take the lead, and now it's going to be who wants it the most. This is unreal. You're watching this live.
Barra, it definitely looks like Kyle wants it more than anybody right now.
Yeah.
He's showing that he's got what it takes by what he's just laid down in the last 5 minutes. But there's plenty of real estate left to be had, and he's got to keep the pressure up.
Yeah. I mean,
is there a reason why some of them have a white jersey and some of them have a green jersey?
Not that I was aware of, but I was told that it does look like Kyle was one of the leaders of the last races. So
of the last year's race.
Yeah, so in the Super Taho'e,
kind of like
Kyle,
the yellow jersey.
Yeah, Kyle actually won it first place, and then followed by CJ, and then of course Stevie coming in third. But right now it's his to defend as far as Super Taho'e. But right now it does look like it. Looks like he's been able to just pull ever so slightly ahead of Hotu. But you know what? This is going to be a battle. I think we've been calling it. It's going to come down to that last eighth of a mile, kind of a sprinter's finish.
And look at that. They're right on the current line. You see that?
Yep.
You see all the debris on the surface of the water?
Yeah, you can see the two
right
mix
on the
up.
Current line where it's probably
the
water is moving the fastest, and therefore it's kind of to their benefit. Right?
Yeah, if you're able to read water,
Venice is right there, bro.
Yeah, it's not too far away. But if you're able to read water, you can see there's the reverb coming off the shoreline. Then you've got the little reef edger coming off, and that's where it's meeting. So you're trying to stay right in that little trough line, and you can get a little bit of both and stay above the water. And these guys have been paddling here for many of years, and they've done this race multiple times. But this is what we're talking about. Look at this battle. This has happened the entire 16 miles roughly now. And
here comes Brees. He's closing in himself.
And this is a common battle that we've seen. We've seen this battle between Kyle and Hotu, and we've seen this battle between Kyle and Brees. But who's going to let up first? That's really what it's going to come down to. And
I don't think any of them will let up.
None of them will.
I think it's the other guy that presses
more.
Just that little extra,
It's going to come again to that 8th mile, and we're going to see the separation. But just, constant, steady pressure. Stick together. Don't let them walk away too much. But it looks like Kyle's making a move already, But Hotu just, keep them in striking distance, maybe apply a little bit more pressure. don't let him get a boat length ahead of me. You got to stay on the
It
ama.
certainly looks, though, like Hotu's putting more effort into it.
Yeah.
Like, it certainly
I think on the
seems
physical,
like Hotu and
maybe
Brees
on the,
are trying harder, and Kyle looks a bit more relaxed still at this point. Like, he's kind of just sitting in the pocket, doing his thing, and it's great that you see how he lined himself up so that he's on the right-hand side of Hotu Puroi.
Yeah.
You know, so that if there's any type of, you know, where they get too close, he won't have to adjust his stroke.
Yeah, I think the other upside, though, of maybe being Hotu, though, is you can control the ama, utilizing your boat, your nose of your canoe. Anytime you get somebody's ama, you can actually control them a little bit better because now you're at the mercy of not being able to release your boat. So you see he's got to go out a little bit. So advantage really
is to Hotu?
Yeah, because you're able to keep what we call keep the ama, right? You keep their ama in check. If you can get ahead of him, you can point him down and keep him in check.
Is that considered a dirty racing strategy?
Not necessarily. I think it's more, this is what you look at, and this is the things that everybody knows in this type of position. Even in a 6-man, I think we always want to keep their ama. Can't really go anywhere without an ama. It's not really dirty. It's more like that's the advantage that you have. But you can see it right here. Kyle is putting on the pressure right now, though. Like, this is it, bro. He's like, we're going to go. We're going to separate us from everybody else right here. So this is it. This is where you got to go. He's making it the time. He's like, we're a mile out. All right, let's go. You know.
And like you said, he's probably done this race and practice races here, you know, for how many years. And he knows when. It's like, okay, this is my turn it on point right here.
Yeah, I think you have to, at some point, just tell yourself, okay, we got to go. And this is where I'm going to go. I'm not going to wait anymore. I'm not going to wait for you to make the move. But this is the battle of battles right here. Your 1, 2, and 3 have definitely separated themselves from 4, 5, 6.
And think about how many world-class paddlers are the next 17.
Oh,
you know?
Maybe the next 30 right now in this list of paddlers. Are, like we said, any one of them can win it. But right now, these 3 paddlers on your screen are just putting on an absolute clinic for us to view. I mean, these are the races you talk about. Where
Kyle is looking incredibly consistent.
Yeah.
Right? There's not a lot of struggle going on there. He's just paddling. And it really would seem by the amount of body that, you know, Hotu and Brees are putting into it, that they are working a little bit harder. And it may be just Kyle's got more power overall. You know, I don't know their physiques or the way they paddle enough, but he certainly just looks like he's not working as hard.
Yeah, all 3 of these paddlers are really, really fit. Been able to kind of see all of them, seen them race and paddle, you know, around them. You know, Kyle is for sure physically, he is a really stronger, bigger body. But, you know, Hotu, a little bit more like my build, not necessarily the
leaner
biggest
guy.
build, a little bit more on the lean side. And then Brees is, man, he's a pit bull. He's built, right? He's pretty built. Strong, muscular build, like solid paddler. So you got 2. Kyle is known as the captain for Air Tahiti. I mean, definitely has put that team in the spotlight over the last handful of years, as he is proven to be a really strong paddler, has won, you know, the Aito multiple times, super. Hotu Puroi, same position. He's definitely won a bunch of Aitos. Brees has won a bunch of Aitos. So right here you've got a handful
some of the top
Aito
guys, right?
champions.
So we just cracked the 2 hour mark.
Yep.
With probably another 10 minutes left.
Yeah, if that.
So it's all but for the doing at this point, right?
Yeah. So just you got 10 minutes left. It's again we're at that 1 mile mark of, okay, keep the pressure on, stay steady, don't let them run away. Like, who's gonna win it? I say it's coming down to that last 1/8. We're gonna see a fireworks show where you're going to see an all-out sprint. I mean, how long can you reserve yourself before you take off? Well, Kyle wasn't going to wait for Hotu to make the move, and neither was Brees, you know, so they all kind of had to take off. But right here we see nose to tail, 3 of the best paddlers in Tahiti going at it. Multiple winners of all kinds of ITOs and part of 2 of the greatest programs right now in Tahiti, which is Air Tahiti and Shell. It's just a battle right now, and it's incredible to watch. I think you're
now look at this though.
The flotilla.
No, but where, as far as the rest of the paddlers,
I think they definitely separated themselves quite a bit. I would love to see a drone out to see how far 4, 5, and 6 is, because these guys look like they turned it on, and the other guys had no clue that was going to happen. So that's the part we were talking about. Like, you need to keep everybody within reason. You can't let them run away from you, because what happens when they run away? You didn't even know they made a move.
Oh, look at Hotu just pressing right there. He's
an incredibly strong paddler. I mean, to be a steersman for one of the best teams, you know, in the world, he's got a lot of experience, and he can read water really, really well.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, that's the difference. But right here on your screen, we see Kyle, Hotu, Brees, Lister, Taputea, Tuatea, Narai, Revi, who's also won not too long ago.
Right.
Darren dropped back just a little bit, and Kevin Saran Jerusalemi. But, I mean, just incredible. Like, look at that list. Goes to just, again, who's going to have it left in the tank for that last 1/8 of a mile. We are probably, again, not too far out.
No, not at all. And it seems what happened was Kyle was in that back half of the pack. He went to make his move, and Brees and Hotu responded, and the 3 of them kind of took off on their own.
Yeah, you kind of have to, and I think we had that conversation, what was going to happen when you get to the inside. We did see some of those other paddlers that were kind of leading the pack. They're not even near, right?
Right.
So what happened, it just comes down to a lot of things. There is a lot of, I would say, more experience in the front right here. You usually do see Brees up front. You usually see Kyle up front. Hotu Poroi is kind of your sleeper. Always within the mix, has medaled a bunch of times, and has a chance to take this 2025 Taho'e race. But this is incredible to watch. Just, man, seeing, like, again, the level.
This is keeping at a tightness that can allow for some really spectacular things to happen in that last 100 yards.
Sure.
You know, guys can just turn it on. We watched Manute Million at World Sprints last year.
Yeah, for
kind
sure.
of come from like 4th place to 2nd in the last 20 yards of a race.
Within 2 boat lengths.
Yeah, just turning it on. And these guys have that kind of power.
Yeah, and I think that's really what it is. They have that kind of power, that type of relationship with their canoes and with their bodies and how it feels. But we are at that finish line. We are there. There's one turn buoy and then the Sprite finish, and that's it. So, I mean, it's anybody's race. Either one of these 3 can win it. But you can see Kyle very comfortable, not laboring at all, just really in control. Hotu Poroi is still in that same position to manage to potentially, you know, take it to the front. But Brees too.
There you go. There's your separation.
So that's going to be Lister, Putu, not too far behind. That's in your 4th place. I would say he's got probably close to 15 boat lengths between him and the top 3. But he too has had a great race. He was definitely in the top 3 for quite some time. Only fell behind by 1 position as of right now. I mean, just incredible. Look at this shot on the drone shot there of what it looks like out on that little hillside right there.
Wow, what a piece of real estate. Beautiful. Amazing.
Yeah, this is incredible paddling here. This is your 2025 Taho'e V1 race here. A great shot of the official boat with our leaders. a drone shot going out to the flotilla there, following this entire race. I mean,
great camera work by TNT TV, and again, mahalo out to Olivier and the gang over there for sharing this simulcast with us, and big mahalos to Ade Tahiti for making this possible. Man, what a treat to be able to see this level of racing at this beautiful of a place and really take the time to dissect everything that's happening here and just watch some incredible sportsmanship and gamesmanship happen right in front of us. Look at this. This is, three of the top paddlers in the world within a half a second of each other. After nearly
this is incredible.
Nearly 19 miles, 18 plus miles of paddling.
We're at about an 18-mile race here, but just to be in this proximity of each other is just incredible. That's like, when we really do talk about, even in 6-man, watching, Shell, OPT, Air Tahiti, or Enviropol, or just Pire, or just any of these high-level paddlers. But right here, right now, you've got the captain, Kyle Tarafal, right in first place. Hotu Poroi close behind. Breeze, kind of that combination of incredible paddling right here. You've got a high-level performance happening right here in front of us, and it's just incredible to watch. But you can imagine right now, what they're doing is to be basically nose to tail. They are stroke for stroke, trying to stay within reason. Not one boat is extremely aggressive passing the other because, again, we've still got a little bit of real estate to be had. It's been how I've been trying to say it's going to happen. That last eighth of a mile, someone's going to turn it on, and you know what? I got a feeling of fireworks.
People have no idea. If you're not a paddler, and especially if you're not a V1 paddler, you don't understand how challenging this is to keep those canoes pointed exactly where you want them to go.
This is incredible.
Through all of this and race at this high level, you can see all the angles that they're constantly changing on their paddles, constantly switching sides, back and forth the whole way. You're dominant paddling, maybe it looks like on the left for some of these guys. So now one side of your body's a little more tired than the other. It's getting taxed a little bit differently, but my gosh,
check
look
this
at
out.
that.
So fourth place is kind of all by himself. It's looks like Lister Putu, on his Ade canoe there. He's definitely having a great race by himself. Being separated like that, he's trying to chase down these top three here. That's not an easy task to be kind of all alone and trying to maintain your, your presence in this race. But he's having a great race. He's going to be in the top 5 if he holds off. Right now is the moment where we're going to see who's going to take this lead. I think we come around this turn buoy here. We see an all-out sprint by these 3 paddlers. This is incredible. We are coming up to Point Venus here.
This.
There's that green marker buoy. Once they get there, it's a sprint finish to the Sprite inlay buoys right by the beach side. This is what races are made of here.
What do you think is going on right now in Kyle's head, other than right, left, right? It seems like he's almost thinking, okay, I'm just going to park right here.
Yeah.
I'm going to let him.
I think,
and I'm going to dictate when we go.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to, but it's still, once you get to that turn buoy, there's still a lot of real estate. It's about a quarter of a mile or so before you get to the finish line. So you got 2 minutes of.
Why is there a on that power boat? Something happened.
It could have the boat could have maybe damaged, or it's just a trailing boat, or maybe a paddler,
crapped up or something.
Yeah, got pulled from the line, but it does look like it could have been a racing canoe that was pulled from the line. We're not too sure. I'm not too sure if they mentioned it. But here's your Sprite, your turn buoy. This is the part where we say, okay, guys, let's go. This is where the race begins.
I think Kyle's just gonna maintain. I think he's pressing enough that those 2 guys are working hard and aren't really ready to dictate the sprint, and I think at some point he's just going to downshift and walk.
I'm gonna say,
and not he might not have to walk far. You know,
yeah.
I don't know if he's gonna just slam the door and do something
No,
major.
I don't
but
think so.
It'll be a few boat lengths.
I really don't think so. I think it's gonna
What's
be.
your thought?
I think it's gonna be a really close finish here.
Yeah.
I don't
you think those other guys will be able to respond.
Yeah. I think
Hotu and Brees will.
Yeah. I think all three of these paddlers are at the same caliber, and I think all three of them have the opportunity to do the exact same thing to one another. But for sure, Kyle has been in this position where he's, been in the lead, and
he's kind of dictating it. That's why it seems like he's,
yeah.
They are paddling to what he is laying out.
Yeah, I think you have a good point there, but I do know that all three of these competitors have been in that position before. I think they've all been in the lead.
They're probably in this position at least once a week when they train with their teammates.
I'm sure
they're racing every week with their teammates.
Well, Kyle and Hotu were on the same team. Brees has raced against them multiple times in other races. But here, looks like on screen, we've got a handful of our other competitors not too far behind. This is probably your top 10 in the pack here, in the likes of, Tapuari'i here and Keone. Looks like Vidiura is up in that group as well. And, of course, Darren not too far behind. So we do have, again, a whole bunch of really top-tier paddlers not too far behind. But I hope we can pan back to that front because I don't know what we're doing. We should be watching the 1, 2, and 3 battle it out to the finish because
there's enough real estate. We'll get back to them, I'm sure.
Yeah, I know. It was exciting to watch. I mean,
you were all about it, huh? You just
man.
love this stuff, don't you, man?
Yeah, I just love it. I mean, when you see that type of talent, it's just hard to really imagine what type of effort they have to put into to be in that position that they're at, and you can really appreciate it. But as you said, I think Kyle has definitely made some room between both him, Hotu, and Brees. There looks like there's a little bit of that swell coming off the reef line. Brees is trying to make a run for it as well. Kyle definitely putting on a little bit of that pressure. But you're right. We do see a little bit of that. You can see more water coming off of the paddle of Kyle than we do on both Hotu and Brees. But looks like 1 and 2 might be exchanging right here. Looks like Brees is going to make a move.
Now I think it's at the moment where
gotta go.
Brees and Hotu are paying more attention to each other than they are to
Kyle. But I think Brees
here comes Brees.
Brees has a chance to chase down Kyle if you were to ask me.
Yeah, he's got what it takes. Yeah. He's got the pit bull in him.
Yeah, but so does Hotu.
It's darn close, bro. Look at that. So this is the buoy that you were talking about right here. That this is in your opinion, this is where the race really happens. It's not that short, bro. This is a good mile to the point. It's pretty far, bro. When you think about watching a 1 mile race at regattas, this is about that.
I would say maybe just slightly under, but this is what I'm talking about.
Probably sub 10 minutes to the finish.
Yeah, this is where the race really starts.
Okay,
right?
Let's keep a tight eye on Kyle.
It looks like the exchange happened. Brees is now in second, just slightly ahead of Hotu. And then Kyle looking extremely strong. But, yeah, this is where the race begins, right? You can't let up at all. You cannot. You have to stay on. He's giving a couple checks like, okay, I see you.
I think you're right, though. Brees is kind of coming on.
Yeah, I think.
What an angle. Great operation by the drone pilot.
Killer.
Woo, look at this.
I do think we see about maybe 3 canoe lengths between first and second. We see about a 1.5 canoe length between second and third. Kyle looks like he's really, really putting it on right now as, again, we've got less than 2 minutes left of this race.
I think Brees is certainly look at his stroke rate. Look at his stroke rate. He's coming. You're absolutely right about him. But I think
it might be too late at this point.
Yeah, I think Kyle has enough to be able to respond to that.
The captain is way.
Oh, I don't know, bro. Look at that. Holy mackerel,
here we
Brees.
go. This could be the,
Wow.
the finish
Look
that we're
at
all
him
looking
go.
for. He's edging towards the end of the tail. He's
Man.
might have a little bit
That
of real
guy's got
estate.
some gamesmanship in him. Look at that.
He doesn't paddle for shell for no reason.
Yeah, right?
He's definitely.
What seat does he usually sit?
He could sit anywhere. But
I'm
you
sure.
see him. You see him a lot up in the front part of the boat.
1-2s.
3. A lot of
2-3s.
3. Kyle sits a lot of 3.
That's typically where they put the captain, yeah?
Yes.
3.
Yeah. But you could see. I think he tried to gain on Kyle, but Kyle responded. And here we're coming up to it. This is going to be your. This is going to be your finish right here. It's going to be a Kyle followed by Brees, and finish rounding it out is going to be Hotu. But I think, again...
I don't know. Brees is still coming, bro.
I know. This is going to be...
He's still coming at it. There's some real estate.
No, I know.
There's a few hundred yards, bro.
This is going to be a great finish. We're going to see who's got it.
Wow.
But this is cool to see. You know, you can always respect the fight that we're seeing on the water. I mean, we've got 3 of the best and talented on the screen here.
I think one of the best ways to kind of gauge is stroke
this
count.
is gonna be
stroke
count, but how far the canoe is traveling on the stroke also matters. You can take a strong, powerful stroke and still.
Brees is trying to catch this one.
Oh man, this is gonna be. Kyle looks so good though. Kyle is.
He looks very in control. Yeah, doesn't he? He looks very controlled. He's not.
No stress,
panicking
no nothing.
or.
You know, Kyle's been known to really separate himself from everyone. He's won this race before. He looks like he's about to go ahead and take the 2025 Taho'e away from Brees or Hotu. So, good race by the captain here.
There's a little bit of bump there.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, a little
Brees
bit
is
of-
kind of closer to it.
Ooh. I don't think it's going to be enough to catch him at this point, but just just gamesmanship, just to be in there and battle, right? That's what this race has definitely brought to the table, is a bunch of champions going at it toe to toe, or I should say stroke for stroke at this. But man, what a great race.
Looks like Kyle's going to be keeping that lime green jersey to match his lime green boat. Maybe that's the reason why he's got that color boat. You know what I mean? It's like, hey man, I'm the captain. I'm the Taho'e champ.
Yeah, what a unreal race though by these paddlers.
And just a few more meters left here to the finish line.
Man, not that far behind though. Just what a great battle by these paddlers.
I mean, kudos to Kyle Tarafal for really owning that last section of the race, but also to Brees for that response at the end.
Yeah, what a great race.
Work.
I mean, just right there. It was anyone's
Wow.
race. 2 hours and 20 minutes. Kyle Tarafal winning. Coming in second, it's going to be none other than... might be different. I thought that was Brees, but it could have... Maybe they gave it to... Oh, maybe that was Hotu? No, this looks like Hotu right here. That second place is probably going to be Brees. And then third place is going to be Hotu. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be. Yeah, it's supposed to be backwards.
Punua Ta'ahitua. I love these Tahitian names. Man.
Yeah, that was really incredible race by all of these 3 finishers here.
And look at this spacing they put on between them and the rest of the pack.
Yeah, definitely,
what an effort.
It's really, really solid race right here. 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 8 seconds there by your winner, Kyle Tarafal. I mean, just incredible. It looks like coming across in 4th place is going to be none other than Lister Putu there. Having a really awesome race. He was definitely up in the front of the pack, but congrats to him for putting on an excellent race there. You're going to get followed up by a whole bunch of talented paddlers here in a second. Lister also with Shell. I mean, just unreal, type of paddling here. It looks like might be Kevin and maybe Wow. Solid race. Yeah, so we had Taho'e coming across the line, as well as, I believe, maybe that was Blanc. I'm going to try to see who this is, but just really, really solid racing. Taputea there. I mean, just incredible. What a great, great battle here. That's some of your top 6 finishers across the board. We're going to go ahead and turn it on over to a commercial break, and we'll be right back to check in with everybody, but send it to a commercial break to thank our sponsors.
It's the Taho'e Va from Tahiti.
Brought to you by Are Tahiti.
Mahalo to TNT TV and the organizers of Taho'e Va.
And by Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to making outrigger canoe paddling a spectator sport.
If you live in the islands, your keiki or teen are no stranger to ocean sports. But have they tried outrigger paddling? With roots in Polynesia, people journey from island to island in canoes. There's nothing like the thrill of being at one with the water. Keiki and teens will meet new friends, gain a feeling of accomplishment, and have a lot of fun. And parents will be proud, cheering on their every effort. Outrigger paddling is easy to learn, and you can enjoy it your whole life. They'll experience ohana va'a, being part of the outrigger family, with role models like Hawaiian kupuna, Uncle Kimokeo. It's time to test the waters. Let Are Tahiti find you a club or a coach to help your keiki take this inspiring journey.
For me, it's a Ferrari, this canoe. The V1 teaches you a lot. It can be a boat for beginner because when you're beginner, you don't expect nothing from a boat. You will learn with the boat. So the Marara is a boat for everyone. It's a boat who can increase the glide like very high. You can, in 2 or 3 strokes, you can improve like 1 or 2 kilometers. So that's why I love the Marara.
Get yours at shopoutrigger.com.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
J'ai apprécié ce moment-là avec lui. Je savais qu'il allait revenir, hein, vu que c'est vraiment son point fort, la remontée. Donc j'ai essayé de faire un peu l'écart sur la deuxième descente. Hein, et voilà, j'ai pu faire l'écart et après il est revenu. J'ai essayé de le tenir et avec Brice aussi. Et voilà, après vers la fin, il y a KO aussi. Félicitations, Yaka, il y a Brice, il y a tout le monde.
Du coup, retour à la fin, c'est vraiment la tête qui prend le dessus là, sur le corps à la fin, c'est ça?
Ah ouais, tout se passe dans la tête. Hein. C'est ça en fait, tout le monde est préparé, tout le monde s'est bien préparé. Et voilà, les petits détails se passent dans la tête et avoir un mental fort, wow, c'est dur et c'est ce qu'on aime aussi. Quoi. Voilà.
Tu as un peu dit que tu es en forme avant de partir au championnat du monde là, à Rio.
Exactement, ben, j'ai profité de cette chance-là hein, pour les championnats du monde pour me mettre vraiment en grande forme. Hein. Et ça va? Cette forme-là, on a dit pour la première fois de ma carrière, quoi, hein, j'arrive à faire des podiums dans les grandes courses. Et j'espère continuer dans cette lancée-là pour les courses à venir. Voilà.
Merci beaucoup, Roto. Bravo pour la performance aujourd'hui. On retrouve Veichari maintenant.
All right, and we're back here for your Taho'e 2025 to close out your day. Just saw Hotuporoi there on screen with the interview, and also on screen is now Breeze. That's your third and now your second place champions giving out their interviews. But what an incredible day of racing, Kalai.
I loved that finish. Oh my goodness, and it really was, not a lot of surf out there, kind of flat, and really, I guess you would say, even conditions across the board for everybody, and the first half of the race was just appreciating like how many top-notch guys there are down there, and they're all staying together in this bunching, and then really Kyle decides today is my day.
Yeah.
Right? And he comes around that second half of lap 2, catches up with the leaders, and then bang, makes his move right to the front, because he wasn't even in that first bunch. When we had our first update of leaders, right, on the first lap, he wasn't even in it.
Yeah,
that was like 10 deep.
Yeah, he was towards the back end of that 10 on the list. And, Kyle has been known to stay within the race, and that's why you don't count anybody out in any course, especially somebody like Kyle who's won this event for Super Taho'e last year.
Having the skill set to be able to, and the knowledge and experience to run his own race.
Yep.
He didn't try to
panic,
chase guys and panic. He ran his race. He said, okay, now I'm ready to go. This is what I trained for. I go now. And being able to hold off that amazing push by Breeze in that last mile of it, where Breeze passed Hotu. And he was gunning. He was gunning for Kyle.
Oh, man.
He was gunning for Kyle, but Kyle kind of held it off. It was some really like excellent, technical, thought out, seemed planned racing on Kyle's behalf, and pretty cool to watch. Pretty cool to watch all these guys just move through the water. It's impressive, man. It's impressive when even more so when you understand like that's not an easy craft to run.
Not at all. And like you're talking 300 paddlers or so, just like if we were going to give a number, to be in that and be competitive, and all the way to the very last paddler in this entire bunch is extremely competitive and really loves paddling and being a part of this event. I hope more international paddlers decide to participate and be a part of the Taho'e, the unity of V1 paddlers and the growth of the sport, and of course the legacy, the culture, and the respect for everybody across the board is really what matters. So big shout out and congrats to Stevie, Teotata, and some of your family and friends, as well as all the other board members for putting on, an excellent race, and of course TNT TV for providing this simulcast for us.
Well, you're no stranger to either of those, right? You know what it takes to put on a race, and especially of this, let's just say, magnitude. 1,000 paddlers. Can you imagine trying to organize like the hats and the starting line and the sponsors and everything that you've got to have in place? What your team needs. How deep is your team, and how many people are you really counting on?
Oh, man.
It's a huge undertaking, what they've done, and so congratulations to them for not pulling it off, but it was a world class race.
Excellent.
Yeah, world class race, and again, TNT TV and Olivier and the guys, mahalo for sharing us this simulcast, because I thought the videography was great.
Awesome.
Again, a good drone pilot can make or break your broadcast, and it was that. It was, I wish we could understand the interviews and stuff in the French.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're all in Duolingo.
Jumpstart.
Okay. But yeah, and so really, mahalo to them for letting us be part of this broadcast, and of course, big mahalo out to Are Tahiti.
Yes.
Makers of the Mako and the Marara, and it's a great place to get going on your adventures in V1 paddling. And I'd really suggest, like, if you want to, as we've been talking about this whole broadcast, if you really want to take your paddling to the next level, or where you think you have the dedication to be, you need to get a V1 in your garage.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Put it in your quiver and put some time and effort into it, and learn the craft and
fall in love with it.
Yeah, respect the amplitude of why we paddle.
Yeah,
and that's really what it comes down to.
I really think that the effort that you put into the V1 will just magnify what you're doing in your other craft. So right on, great for that. And then a real quick mahalo to Christian and Alex for the working behind the scenes on the broadcast.
Yeah.
And speaking of Alex, he was down there sharing some video with us on the South Shore of Oahu. With what was going on we didn't quite have the Castles Cup today. There wasn't enough guys that were able to show up in last minute notice.
Sure.
But we got some great videos.
We got to see some really cool
Jimmy and Lakia and Spencer doing their thing out there, and it looked fun.
Oh man, it's just great. And guess what? We have that South Swell lasting for a little bit longer. So again, big shout out to everyone that tuned in. If you love paddling like we do, I think you guys were in for a really good treat to see an excellent race. Not only did we get to watch the U19s, Maya Campbell, Heitini, Ho'okipa have a great race.
Nice job, Maya.
As well as all of our masters, Lono, George.
Lono killed it. One for the uncles, bro.
Yeah.
One for the uncles.
Just really cool
George
to see.
Kronstedt.
All of this paddling throughout the day. But again, big congratulations to everyone that participated in Taho'e.
See our top finishers, man. Some incredible effort out there. And really, I think for those that watch this with a lot of interest and intent and are trying to get involved or do V1 paddling, hey, man, check out the YouTube video later or get on Adventure Zone Sports Network. Put it on your screen at home and just watch what these guys are doing and try to incorporate that into what you. So real quick, this is a recap of our Open Men. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, just your top 10 finishers here, but we're just going to go with your top 5. Kyle, Brees, Hotu, Lister, and Kevin. I mean, just look at those times. 2 hours and 20 minutes and 10 seconds. I mean, really incredible. I mean, it's a 8-second gap between first and second.
Yeah.
That means it's anybody's race.
Well, the top 7 were less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's just incredible. Again, that's your top 10 out of hundreds of racers. Here's your rounded out 15. Really cool to see some of the new names like Keith with Team OPT. Really awesome to see him again battling up there. Just moved up into the Open Men's and has created a name for himself on a lot of levels. But really incredible to watch this race, to be a part of it on this simulcast, and of course to call it with you, Kalai.
Oh, stop it, Mike. Here's a great shot of Point Venus or Point Venice where the race began and ended. Beautiful, I guess you would call it a peninsula or a spit of black sand beach there, and just an iconic part of the coastline in Papaete.
It's almost like when you see Molokai and you know it's from
it's like when you see Diamond Head. You're coming. It's just one of those places that is just signifies in your head. You know right away where you are. So again, mahalo. Good working with you, brother.
Yeah, brother.
For all of you watching out there, we're going to send it to real quick, get a short live interview from the steersman on that 4-man surfing canoe, Jimmy Austin. I call him Hot Pants, but we have a little bit of a history on that nickname, he and I. But I love what that guy does in the ocean and love watching him. Especially, he's really got into the coaching thing the last few years, and he's got a lot of knowledge to share. And so, speaking of sharing, Jimmy, how was your day out there? What's going down?
And Micah just finished a great session out there. Biggest swell in 3 years. We got some great rides, couple really good ones, little steep. Fortunately, we didn't break anything, which was good, but it seems to be picking up right now, and I don't know, maybe we're going to hit it back up there tomorrow and try to get a couple more. Anyway, back to you in the studio.
Oh, there he is. Okay. We had a little bit of a audio thing, and the video wasn't. You want to try it again? Well, let's watch Jimmy
how's
talk.
it, Kalai and Micah? Just finished a great session out there. Biggest swell in 3 years. We got some great rides, couple really good ones, little steep. Fortunately, we didn't break anything, which was good, but it seems to be picking up right now, and I don't know, maybe we're going to hit it back up there tomorrow and try to get a couple more. Anyway, back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks for that, Jimmy. Yeah, that guy is always ready for a little bit of ocean action, whether just catching some waves at Old Man's, canoe surfing, one man. He's always ready to get in the water and then talk about it after. Sounds like a couple of other guys I know.
I mean, that's what it's all about, right?
Well, hey, again, thank you folks for joining us for this live simulcast of the 2025 Taho'e Va'a from Papeete, Tahiti. I'm Kalai Miller.
And I'm Michael Kalama.
Until next time, we'll leave you with this great video of Jimmy Austin and Spencer and La'akea out here doing their thing off the south shore of Oahu at Castles. Until next time, hoi pa'a.